flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to take a look at, I don't know if you guys had a chance to look at the June 9th minutes. I made a couple of modifications there because there was some stuff that wasn't in there. So, does anyone have the minutes?
They're right here. Yep.
Yeah. So I need a motion to approve those minutes with those modifications.
Actually, there's one more in there. Said that I said something, but it was actually you that said it. That would come out of paper, right? I don't think it's, I think it's.
Did you ask what line it would have to come
Well,
out?
maybe I did. Maybe that's what it was.
All right, asks, asks. If it.
Yeah, I think it was something like that. I don't know what it was.
Okay.
Karen,
Yes.
I don't know what folder they're in, but I haven't seen Lake County complaint or the resident culvert thing.
The Lock Lake Colony complaint will not be coming forward. I just got off the phone with that. So
Okay.
that's not going to come forward.
All right.
Okay. Lock Lake Colony is taking care of that.
Oh,
All right.
love to hear it.
So that can come off. And George, the highway road agent, will talk to you about the culvert. It has to be replaced.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of June 9th with the changes. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstained? Is there any questions on the action items, the manifest, the payroll, the land use change, the letter to the resident regarding the junkyard license, the letter to Lock Lake Colony regarding a complaint? Did I see that one?
I just announced that I just got off the phone with the building inspector, and Lock Lake is handling that complaint, so it will
So
not
we're
be
gonna erase
coming to
that?
the town.
Okay. The letter to resident regarding culvert.
The road agent will mention that tonight.
New business, motion to sign, I need a motion to sign the contract, I guess?
Make a motion to sign the contract with, is it Granite Controls? Yeah. Granite Controls?
Granite,
Yes.
yes.
So, Brandon,
To,
Granite State.
so this is upgrading the system.
is there a second? Is there any discussion? So the only discussion I had was that, again, another example of, we really need to make sure all the departments understand that we have to have thorough bids before we start. We keep approving these things and they're constantly changing with these departments. So, Karen, did we say we were going to send a letter or something to all the departments regarding that last week?
No, I don't recall saying that we were gonna send it to the department heads.
Or maybe about making sure that the bids are thoroughly researched
Before they submit them.
before they submit them, so we don't have to keep going back and forth with these bids, with all issue every time we approve it, and then someone goes in, and then they find something else, and so, I just think, I don't know,
They'll be here tonight, the department
maybe we
heads.
can mention that to them.
And finalize before they come to us.
Get them finalized, exactly. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. The mowing bid, who is that doing the mowing bid? I couldn't read the name.
Is that Clement?
Yes,
It's the same person who does the rest, right?
yes it is.
Who is it?
Tim Clement, he's been doing this for a couple of years now.
I just couldn't read the name. C paving, what's
So
that?
that mowing bid was for an additional $225?
No, the bid that, what you signed in the manifest, he is, that's just his typical monthly or whenever it's
Okay.
needed. The mowing bid was to add $40 to do the parade fire station.
Okay.
So if you have questions about that, the fire chief will be in tonight for the department head meeting, but the fire department used to do it because they had their own lawnmower, I think it was a rider, well, it's died. So it's either, buy a new mower and have someone there do it, or have the person that does our lawns do it from now on for another $40. So,
Okay. So it's $40 to mow the parade station.
$40 more, right.
Okay.
Does he have that in his budget? No, I'm just kidding. He hasn't, do we do that out of building maintenance? How do we pay?
That comes out of building, yes, we have a separate line for lawn mowing and,
Okay.
maintenance.
Paving, what's that? I didn't see.
Paving, I'm
Well, we
doing.
have to approve the mowing.
We do?
Oh, it was,
I thought we approved it last week. Was that just his invoice? I thought we approved that mowing bid last week.
That's for an additional.
oh, I have to get the spreadsheet. It's in the other room. When the department head comes in, the road agent, it's just talking about if we're going with the shim and overlay, or if you're gonna look at, try to reclaim and with all that added price.
Yeah, I thought we already decided about
We'll discuss that with him. No, we gotta find
No,
out.
right, you
Oh.
didn't decide anything on that. Right.
Okay, thought we did. So we're gonna look at that when the road agent comes in.
Yeah.
We don't need a motion to approve that mowing bid, do we?
You probably should if you wanna see it again. If you wanna pass it, if not, if you're okay with it.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Make a motion. Accept the moment.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Okay. Informational items, health trust, New Hampshire retirement rates, lien holder notices, highway department weekly schedule. Any questions with that?
No, but I was very pleased to see the retirement rates drop for once.
All right, so the next thing on the list is 5:15 department head quarterly meetings. So David is here. David, you're up. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Want me to come up here?
Yeah.
So I'm prepared to tell you about what we've been doing. Are there any other particular questions that you want me to respond to? Or I can ask that after I walk through.
I'm kind of curious, so this year you're only gonna be working on the lawn back there?
Yeah, I'll get to
All
that.
right.
Yeah,
Then
I want to
when-
do first, and then we'll,
Yeah.
we have some questions to ask.
All right. So,
couple of scheduled events. A lot of our events have been canceled. We did have a bonfire. The participation was fairly small in that. We did have good response to the road cleanup. 15 or 20 different people participated in that. We had to do that differently because of the virus. So we set the bags out here and people picked up the bags and then did their own road or something nearby and then left those bags out and the road agent picked them up. We have been talking about trying to go a step further with the road cleanup and ask people to sign up for a section of road and do it every 2 or 3 months. So that's still under discussion and we're trying to figure out the ins and outs of that. We did come up with some events for kind of quarantine events. We posted a list of 100 activities to do, for kids to do at home. It's a little hard to track participation in that, but we know that we've had at least 25 people who have responded to that. We've also posted weekly scavenger events where we put together some pictures of buildings or locations around town and ask people to drive around and check off the ones that they find. And we know we've had some good participation in that. We've just posted a list of 3 or 4 hikes that people can do around town on Facebook.
That was great.
40 responses on Facebook for that. So that's another thing we're going to keep on developing and add hikes not only within the town of Barnstead, but things that are close by in nearby towns. The biggest project that we have been working on is trying for the first time to sponsor swim lessons. And I'm afraid that we've kind of made it difficult for town staff a little bit on that. There are a lot of T's to cross and I's to dot. We didn't necessarily know those ahead of time or talk through them ahead of time as well as we should. I think we've gotten pretty well cleared up now. We're going to have 3 sets of lessons. The first session is a Saturday session for working families who can't come during the week. And we have the first session of that this Saturday. We had 7 kids participating, and that went very well. We all had a great time. Our instructor has worked for 3 other towns in past years. She worked for Epsom, Pittsfield, and Northwood. She is Red Cross certified as a water safety instructor. And then our second session will second session will be the last 2 weeks in July, and the third session will be the first 2 weeks in August. And we have about 25 people signed up for those 2 sessions, and we're pushing them hard and expecting to have quite a few more by the time that they start. The other event that is an outdoor event that is coming up is that we're going to be doing a yoga class outdoors. And that will be starting next Tuesday. The instructor classes before with the library, since the library room is not available, she came up with the idea of doing them outside and came to us, and so that's the next event. And we're looking for other similar sorts of things that we could be doing outside. Then there are a number of projects that have to do with improving the recreational facilities in general. There was formerly, right next to the old police station, a sign on big posts that said Big River Recreation Area, but on the new owner's property, he doesn't want them. George Drew has really generously offered that sometime on his own time would come over and dig them up and move them to the other side of the entrance, the library side, and then we'll come up. The sign itself seems to have disappeared, so we'll come up with a new sign to hang up.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is there any way that you could clean up so people could see it better?
Oh, you mean the sign, right this side of the bridge?
Because that's a road that you can drive down and drive out of Parks and Rec for that area. So I'm just wondering, there's a nice sign in there, but it's very hard to see. I'm wondering if you could somehow make that more noticeable.
That's actually on the conservation.
But that's the sign that says Big River Recreation Area. I wonder if you could ask them if it's all right if you clean it up.
We can certainly talk with them about doing that.
I mean, the sign's already there, I'm just wondering if you could make it more
The
noticeable.
one by the road there, we run
Yeah.
down the river.
Yeah, that's like the exit to the area or the entrance. It could be the entrance to the area, really.
Right.
Maybe you should talk to the conservation committee and figure out a way to utilize that more better.
Okay.
Old police building property.
So it has been determined that they are?
Nobody's been out there it appears to be from what people have looked at so far, but nobody's been,
Because I thought you guys were gonna.
nobody knows what they're doing. Nobody who's a surveyor knows exactly what they're doing.
I thought Mark Sargent was gonna meet you there and review the survey. At least that's what was told to us last 2 weeks ago.
Yes. Karen did say that she would try to arrange that with Mark, but has not yet happened.
Okay. I found my notes. I was reviewing all my notes just to go back. And I found that in July of last year, I had notes that that Andy, Sylvester, and Rick Twain were going to move the Horseshoe Pit and the Jungle Gym around done, I don't know if that's, it was never done, never moved. Because they were supposed to do it last July. I had in my notes. So it wasn't never done though. So Karen needs to see if we can get Mark Sargent to help give us some answers on that. Okay.
That's right. I mean, it would be really nice to have pins at both ends of that lot, so that we can just look at it and be darn sure that we're not impinging on somebody's private property.
So is it possible that we as a board can be in agreement that we should try to get Mark to finalize that and clarify where our
You gotta
property
get
is?
it moved, I mean, we've been talking about it for 2-3 weeks now.
Yeah, but knowing, the thing that's holding it up is knowing where our boundary is. So should we move forward and get Mark over there and see if we can get pins in there to get the
Has
boundary?
the property ever been surveyed?
I think he did.
Yes.
But there's no marks to show where.
And is the survey in the file?
Yeah,
It should be survey in the file, it should show exactly where the
The
property
old
is.
DD here,
Yes.
was it surveyed or?
Absolutely, Mark Sargent did it.
So somebody with a tape can just go out there and pretty much, you should be
You
able to
can,
right off the
yeah,
top plan.
just take the whole survey and it shows every marker, every rebar,
Okay.
every.
So Rick, is that something you could help with?
I can help you.
So
Okay.
let Rick will help you with that.
So the pins are already there.
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that hopefully solves that.
So, with the ice rink, we had a miserable time last year, and it was
It's all-
partly due to the weather. The weather was the worst it could possibly be for skating. But it didn't help that the system that the old boards that have been there for a long time now leak.
Right.
And the asphalt reclaim that we laid down also lets the water through.
So I guess the last time we talked, you already let us know that, but you were gonna maybe look at putting kits. So that you're looking at kits. So I think we're all for that. Have you
Yeah.
gone forward with that?
Our ice rink volunteers have got the information about different options. I will be pulling them together for a Zoom meeting as soon as I can get them in the next 2 or 3 weeks. So,
Dave, where these options come from? Just what you guys been digging up yourselves, like online, or where's this information coming from?
they come from online.
Okay.
And we do have a fellow who lives in town who works at, his job is maintaining ice rinks for junior colleges and prep schools and high schools.
Okay,
So he knows,
he's got a couple ideas.
he's got a lot of knowledge of what the options are and what the pros and cons are. And so we'll pull out, that group of people who helped out over the winter with the ice rink.
Okay, well, keep us up to speed on how that's going.
Yep.
And I have some contacts as well that do a lot of the same things, only on a larger scale. So maybe if nothing else, he can review what you do have, and maybe make some recommendations as well.
Okay. Good.
Excellent.
I'll be in touch with you about that. In order to do that, we will have to take out is perhaps use it to fill in that driveway that goes to the boat launch and make it a little bit better.
Do you have volunteers to help you remove it?
We have volunteers who have said they can help with that sort of task. We don't have them lined up at this point.
Do you need tractors or something to do that?
We'll need tractors, you know, with a loader. Which leads to the next item, which is buying a tractor.
How's that going?
Sorry?
How's that going?
So, Brian Matarazzo, who works on tractors, repairing and maintaining, has volunteered to help us on that. So, we had thought about doing that later, but since we want to move this stuff, it'd be nice to get the tractor so we can use our own equipment to do some of the moving. So, he and I, over the next month, will be watching Craigslist and talking to dealers and so forth, and we'll try to pick something out, we'll take a good look at it. And we've worked out with Karen that if we find something, you know, we can get, we got to be able to move very, very quickly because the equipment doesn't stick around.
Well, you can always ask if you really want to get that asphalt removed and you're having a hard time, maybe there's a couple of guys in town that can come down with their tractors and help too, if we can get some volunteers.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure we could find some volunteers to do that.
No, I think we can, but I'm just talking about the process now.
Yeah. I'm just
Maybe
giving you
I
an
misunderstood, but I was under the impression that you already had your eye on something. That's where you came up with the monies that you were requesting.
Not on a specific purchase.
No. Okay.
Right. We have, you know, we've watched the market, so that that's how we came up with the dollar amount.
So how much do you have allocated for this?
We have 17,000 and some dollars.
Okay.
You know, for that much money, you can buy a brand new John Deere 1010. And that's all the tractor you will need plus.
We will check that out. I expect that from looking around that I've done, there are very few tractors that come with the snowball. So we have to buy the tractor and then buy a snowblower that fits that particular tractor.
And that's to clean the ice rink off.
That's right.
Yeah.
Primarily.
Those snowblowers are huge. They're a lot of money. 'Cause I
And
priced them
that's
all
why
last
buying
year.
a brand new tractor would make sense, because you can buy that tractor with the snow blower already on it, and it will be one that's designed to fit that tractor. But if you're trying to match up a duck and a chicken, it ain't gonna work.
Well,
And we,
the attachments are what cost so much money, so you probably want to research that a little bit more. See,
I got a perfect tractor.
so the other piece that we're gonna work on this, that there's gonna be visible action on this summer is, laying down some loam and planting some grass seed as a first step towards developing the park and nature playscape. And fall is the time to plant grass seed, I am told, and so not much is going to happen on that until later on in the summer. We will, however, also be working on the design. We've had some people, last year we spent several weeks on it. We got a dozen items that we kind of picked out. These are the kinds of things that we want. We'll be doing more of that, and then we'll be trying to do a layout. And we will be writing a grant proposal that will be due in October. We'll need to bring it to you at the end of August or beginning of September for your okay on it. By that time, we should be able to give you a graphic that gives you a good sense of what the finished product may look like.
Very exciting.
And we expect it'll take a couple of years to do the build up.
Very good.
Any questions?
Oh, that's excellent.
You, previously you mentioned that you were going to be buying a quantity of loam.
Yes.
It's come to my attention that we have material at the town shed, but it needs to be screened.
Yeah.
Tell me if I'm wrong, George.
Yeah, we have probably 50, 75 loads unscreened. I told Dave when I met with him a couple of weeks ago, if they would be willing to rent the screener, we would screen it out and get it down here for them.
Which will be way cheaper than
Oh,
purchasing.
I've checked on a screener, it's about $9.50 a week for a screener. You only need it probably 4 days.
There you go.
So we'll go any way that we can save money.
Well, that seems to be the least expensive way to go. We already have the product, it just simply needs to be screened.
Yep.
And if you start buying loam, it's going to get very, very expensive.
It would cost 4 times that.
No, that's a good plan.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's a great
I just think-
opportunity. And we'll save that money and we'll have
So let
it
us-
for future use.
I am curious about one thing. Why are you determined to plant grass underneath the ice rink?
We have not made a final decision on that yet, but we are leaning towards it
Why?
so that it can have year-round use.
Right. That was the original thought process behind it, was that when the ice rink wasn't being used, it could be used as a field for something else.
That's number one. And number two,
You know,
it's probably cheaper to do that than it is to level it with asphalt or concrete. And if it sinks some more in the future, it'll be cheaper in the future to level it again by putting a little bit more dirt on it than by putting more asphalt or more concrete on it.
I guess we could probably debate this subject all night, but I guess my concern is how well will that surface hold water or keep it from permeating the ground?
It will not. We will not be depending upon that. We will be using a very heavy plastic liner
Ah, okay,
for that purpose.
all right.
So we'll basically create a bathtub.
Yeah. Okay,
All right.
Okay?
So let us know in the fall when you need your room and get that going with George. Thank you so much.
All right?
Did you figure out the situation squared away?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Very good.
Good job, David.
Thank you,
Thanks, Dave.
and thanks to Karen for all the help she's been giving us in the office.
Okay. Who wants to go next?
Joe, actually.
Fire department's always, there's no one on public with anybody, right?
Only the police chief will, after the department head meetings,
Okay.
there will be no public.
So George, you want to go next? How's things going, George?
Just ordered my last load of calcium today.
The normal calcium?
After we get rid of this next load, we're leaving them all. By then I'll have all the roads graded and calcium rolled. Some of them ditch. So I got Townof Barnstead finished yesterday, started with this in today. Russell off road is done tomorrow, we go Boston Bell Road and then the other roads on toward the end and all the roads in that area.
I've been getting a lot of feedback from people around town that are very impressed with the way you've been managing the roads. I haven't heard anything negative at all.
For a long time. It's
Yeah,
not just me, it's my girl.
yeah.
A
A lot of good stuff being said.
The excavator, there's been all the fucking problems and digging. And, getting turnouts cleaned out. It's a steady thing. We're running 2 crews. The guys with me, those guys are one end now, I'm on the other. As soon as we're done the grading, the calcium and all that, then we're gonna go right into the ditching, and haul the ditches off, and get rid of them, so they're clean.
So you're keeping up with your schedule, everything's going well. And how is the office person working out?
Working out well,
Yeah.
working out really well. He's on top of things.
I noticed he hasn't been doing any mowing yet.
No, no.
How'd that go?
He said when he gets a chance,
I thought we were
Okay,
gonna.
he'll still do some, but, he's been doing his 3 days plus, whatever he does on his own.
So we had asked him if he would do extra work on another day.
And he said he will.
So I mean, I think maybe Fridays or something like that, you were gonna see if you could take one day.
I did, I asked him if he'd be interested, and he said yes, but, I don't know, I'll just see what he's doing on Friday right now.
So are we ready to go with that? Are we ready to mow?
Oh, yeah, we can be mowing. I mean, if I have to, push comes to shove, I'll just go and start doing it, on Fridays myself.
Well, if you can find a day that he can do it, or when he's not doing his regular hours, I mean, could you work something out with him? Because I thought he said
I'll
he
talk
would do
to
it.
him tomorrow and see,
I thought that was kind of what we asked him.
he's interested in doing it. He's been pretty busy in my office. Karen, I tell you.
Right,
on
he was
top.
supposed to do this on another day.
Right.
It had nothing to do with the office.
I asked him a couple of weeks ago, but I guess he had something to do. And I said, I think you guys are haying, right, Sean?
Yeah, 2.5 weeks, we've done 3 days.
He was like, so,
Last I heard from him, he thought that his hours will, if he does too much or 2 jobs and it gets too many hours, I can't do that, so probably ought to refresh his memory on that.
Yeah.
He can commit, as long as it's available. I think he was worried about getting too many hours because it's just not time.
Right, but we said that he was doing 3 days,
Yeah.
certain amount of hours, and then we asked him if he would work another day to do
Yeah.
mowing when we needed it.
Yeah.
And he said he would.
Yeah.
And the hours for that wouldn't go over the amount of hours that we needed to do that. So, I mean, I think you just have to work that out.
I'll talk to him tomorrow and see what he wants to do.
Because, you need to do what you gotta do.
We'll work it out. We'll just straighten it
That was part of the, having them in there as I do both. So I would try to work that out.
I'll sit down tomorrow and talk to her.
And if you're worried about hours, you can talk to Karen. I'm sure she knows the answers.
I'll send it to Karen.
So, do we want to talk about the, what we talked about, what was it, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
About doing that. I think we were all in agreement that we really want to do the regrading of the, what is it called? Reclaim of the roads, those specific roads that we're gonna pave, and maybe we'd save money on the paving to pay for it. So how do we move forward with that?
Well, I'll tell you, all the culverts on Tractor Corner Road did not need to be replaced. I only had to put 2 in on Home Road. With that, we saved, I don't have the funds that I went back to the sheriff's office, but we saved just on labor, equipment time, material, truck time, and all that. It was a total of 70 hours, I think, to do all the culverts. We saved $17,299 by not having to do those, because the culverts are all in really good shape. Because they're concrete.
Very good, George.
So, that was one of the savings. So, if we don't do a shim overlay, we're saving on asphalt, because you're not putting as much down, you're gonna put just a base down after a reclaim.
Okay,
So,
I mean, you're only looking at $54,000.
54,600 to use that.
Okay, so I think we can, so
Well,
if we sit,
I think you need to look at the spreadsheet, because first of all, when we discussed reclaim, the board didn't vote to go with reclaim. I was going to supply this spreadsheet so you could see. So if you look down the column of the 1-inch overlay and shim, you can see the total comes to $516,000. If you go with the reclaim and the pavement, it's less per ton on the reclaim, on the pavement. You add the $54,000 for the reclaim, it comes to $552,000. But next year, you have $310,000, they have to put the top coat on. So this pavement is only part of the whole project. And so we only have a total of $572,000 to spend this year. Now, as you can see, George wasn't able to even get me the cost of the shoulder gravel on all these roads. So that's why you're not even going to be able to finish North Barnstead Road this year or the White Oak Road with the money that we currently have, doing, even if we...
Right, we're not doing White Oak anyways because of metal work
Yeah.
and all that. We're not going to put...
Right, so I don't have that in that total. But so that's what you have to look at. I mean...
Do we have shoulder gravel in this spreadsheet?
No, it's not on there because George
I did
was...
get a price.
You did get a price.
Today, I finally got a price.
So you'll have to add the shoulder gravel price to these bottom lines. And then just remember, if you go with reclaim, next year you're gonna, they've already priced it out for me, you have to put a top coat on all these roads that you're paving, it's gonna be $310,000. You only put away $500,000 each year. So if you spend $310,000 next year to finish your reclaim project, you're gonna have $200,000 left. You're not even gonna keep up with the road maintenance plan that's already in place. You'll only have $200,000 left, so,
Isn't it,
So-
can't you use the reclaim for the shoulders?
That's what I'm getting for the shoulders. Not, well, the reclaim, it depends, because some places you might have, when you grade it, you could have some places with a 2-foot windrow. Some places you might have 6 inches, depending on how much you cut it and you're doing the blue tops. Okay, some places you might cut more, some places you might not cut out of the end.
Yep.
So, I mean, it would be a sporadic thing as far as using that.
So you probably shouldn't count
so,
it. So you probably shouldn't count it. Well, you
No, you don't want to count on what you're grading as your finished product on the shoulder. You can't. So,
So I'm looking at my paving schedule from the last time we did this, the 2019, 2022. And mine, this one is much higher than the one I have, and the length of feet is higher than the one I have here. So how come it's increased? Because I have this from when
George would have taken the Wolcott out to measure. It's the same length of road, so I'm not sure if the amount changed. I
This
don't
is
know.
what I have right here.
Okay, when was that done?
This was done just recently. So, and it tells me, you know, the compacted asphalt, the length, the width, the compaction, the tonnage required, the price, the total cost,
What was the cost per ton?
68.
When, no,
At the
see,
time,
on
but
yours, on your sheet that you're looking at, the price per ton was 69, I believe.
No, it's 68 on this one. And then I have another one that says 69.
Oh, okay.
And this was from Walcott, because if you remember correctly, Walcott was more money, but we went with Walcott. Because I have my notes.
Do you have the other bidders on there?
And it said I also have a motion that we authorize $570,000 for the paving schedule. So this is the one that we did on 3/10/2020. That I have notes that we made a motion to authorize for the 2020 budget $570K.
Well, that's what's in your capital reserve. That's between your budget and what's in capital reserve. You have
Yeah.
572,000, so you don't have to have a motion to authorize that. It's already
Well,
in the
that's what I
budget.
have right here. I'm just reading my notes.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out why there's a difference in that.
We have a contract with Walcott?
Yes, there's a contract with Walcott that was signed back in March, when the previous road agent brought in the bids, and the board looked at the bids, spoke with the road agent at the time, and then signed the agreement. And I
Those,
believe,
how come those bids didn't go to the board? Why did they go to the road agent?
well, the road agent sent out the proposal for bids. He brought them in, the whole board of selectmen got all the bids, reviewed all the bids, and then the board made the choice, not the road agent.
Yeah, the board always makes the choice.
I know it was supposed to be, and I'm just wondering if that's how it was done.
I think they were
So basically, we're dealing with the previous road agent and the previous board.
yes. So that's why we need to move forward
So,
with looking at this.
I think we need to refresh the whole thing.
yeah, the whole thing that I'm still looking at is, what was the number, 572, right?
Yeah, but still.
572. So we were given a quote for 4 miles of road to reclaim, for 54,000 and change, correct?
54,000.
Okay. So our problem was if we reclaim, how are we going to come up with that money? So we're not changing any drains on Shackford. We're saving money there, manpower, that whole week's work we just came up with, we're saving that. You're saving at least one drain, I believe, on Holmes.
Yeah.
Add that to it. And instead of doing a shim and overlay, you're using reclaim. You have, what road do you live on?
All Lake Road.
Old Lake Road was done last summer. And
What
they
was that,
just,
Jim Overlay?
and they just, shim and overlay, and they just sealed it this week, last week. Crack sealed it last week, 1 year, if even a year. We just spent $11,000, is that right? 11,000 on crack seal, 10,000 last year and 10,000 the year before. That's $31,000 on crack sealing on roads that aren't even, I'll push 6 years old. Most of them are 5 and under. $31,000 on crack seal because they weren't done right. Again, however these numbers work out, I don't really, Walcott to me is, they're in the pavement business. I understand that. They need to sell mix. We're not doing the roads right. We all agree with that. This is the best and most efficient way to do it to get somewhat every year's out of
If
it.
you don't have a good base, you're not gonna have a good road.
Exactly. Shim and overlay doesn't cut it, and all it does is help the paving company sell mix. And that's why we're spending $31,000 in 3 years
Well, there's another
with
35
crack sealing.
There's another 35,000 on White Oak Road that we're not doing, right?
Yeah, we're not doing that till next year, but I mean, we still gotta do it next year, but it just, sooner or later, we gotta find a way to do this because it is unheard of from anybody I've spoken to in this business that you're crack sealing a year later. This is,
What do you think?
90% of the crack sealing on that road is the shoulders, a foot in from the edge. They're already starting to spider right up the road.
No?
I did have some in the center down there that was 8 to 10 feet long, and that one. So that tells me that road is flexible.
so I guess my question is, between what we're not doing on check, between not shimming and overlaying and reclaiming, and the money would be saving with this one-time deal on reclaiming by them not, which is what we discussed, I come up with, how about if we do the grading and the rolling? They haven't got anybody better than you on the grader. We did it ourselves to save money. That's where they came up with the $54,000. Now we have White Oak that we're not gonna talk this year, and all of these other things. It just doesn't seem like why we can't come up with $54,000 to do this, to start doing these roads right, because they're not being done right.
So
Well,
has Walcott been the one that's been doing these roads? Like, did Walcott do these roads that we're crack sealing? I mean, do we,
They didn't pay.
they did the paving?
5 years ago or whatever.
And they haven't done all the paving. There was another
Some of
company
these-
that
some of
came
these were
in
done
that
by
did, and
Pike
we weren't satisfied with it.
Yeah, it's not necessarily Walcott, it's the
Right,
fact
I'm
that
just
we're
trying to
trying to
understand how that
And
works.
I believe, as Ed has said, and we all know it, and when you're not reclaiming, the rocks are staying there, you're just paving around it, you know? That's where your issues are coming from.
And Wolcott did say it doesn't matter whether it's reclaimed and paved or shim and overlay, you still have to crack seal every year.
There's
So,
a difference between
I-
crack seal and a crack and a crack.
Well, that's why it hadn't been done for a couple years, and that's why if you don't do it every year, then the cracks get too big and you've lost it. You're absolutely right. But,
I have to argue that a little bit because we did a lot of reclaiming in Chichester.
mhm.
There was 2 roads that we reclaimed, they never got crack sealed for 3 years, didn't have to. And then the 3rd year, we started getting some. So, you know, it all depends on the base. It depends wholly on the base. If you got a good base, the road isn't gonna make, start going to hell.
I think we have
The
to
biggest
start
thing is you
somewhere.
gotta get rid of the rocks that are in the road, get a good base, your road's gonna hold on.
Shim and overlay is a Band-Aid, that's exactly what it is, so, exactly what it is.
I think we have to start somewhere and start doing these roads correctly. So I'm all for doing the 54,000
We've
one
had a-
time only
And-
kind of thing, and doing that. So I think if we had a savings of the 17, and we're gonna have savings by switching over to just doing the pavement, I think we should have plenty of money to do that.
And if that's what you're gonna decide to do, that's fine, but you're not gonna be able to do all Shackford homes in Peachum for reclaim. And then you also have to think about, because we don't even have the shoulder money in here yet.
Right, which is $12.50 a ton, I got 1,200 a ton, and I figured I'll need.
Okay, and so what does that come up to?
I don't have it right in front of me.
Okay, so if you add, and see, just those 3 roads on this spreadsheet is $552,000, not counting that. You only have $572,000. So you'll have to, I don't know, give up a road, but then you've got to remember, you still haven't solved the issue of the $310,000 next year that you have to put a top coat on here. And then you're gonna throw yourself off your schedule for the maintenance on the road next year. Because there were 3 roads on next year that you were planning on doing, which will come to this $500,000 that you're putting away every year. So my only issue with this is, if you go forward with this, you're gonna have to find money somewhere. And I know you said you saved 17,000, but your guys, what did they do in place of what they would have been doing the culverts? They still got paid the same amount of money this week.
Right.
So what else did they do for that $17,000 that you saved, or that they
Well, they're just doing general maintenance.
will
on
be
the
doing
ditching.
that? Right, that will show up in your budget. I'm just, I don't see that savings.
So
George.
what's the difference between,
Looking at your list here, do you think that maybe this list is a little aggressive? Too many roads on it?
Yeah. All in one
And
time.
they're all main roads too. We basically
All
main
main
roads,
roads.
all the main roads.
And I mean, normally you don't do that many roads in a year.
You also, we talked the other day when we were riding around, you've got another problem road, Parade Hill Road. You're gonna have to do something with it.
I've got to do
That's
either
on
grade or
next
shim
year.
or something on that, because we're not gonna plow that road this one. Somebody's gonna rip a wing off, tear off a plow, something. Something bad's gonna happen. We don't do
So
something.
where I'm going with this is, you've got Shackford Homes and Peachum. If you had to cut one out, which one would it be?
For reclaim or paving?
Working on it at all?
I would say this road's in worse shape than Beecham. The only bad part of Beecham right now is the hill up by Bruce Shearer's place. So, I mean, that's the only bad part of that road.
Your home's mostly gravel already?
It's a short section.
It's a short section of asphalt from Pittman's going
Just
right
before
now.
my house, it's pavement, that's all it's paved.
Just that small section?
It's not even a question, the Shackford's worst of all.
Well, I understand Jack. But,
I'm suggesting
you know,
that rather than try to do the impossible, we need to just take a look at what we've got and what really, really, really needs to be done. And if you can eliminate any one of these roads,
I would eliminate Beecham.
you would eliminate Peachum.
Because that road isn't as bad as that road, as far as the deflection. You've got 5, 6 inches some places. Some places out on this road, you've got 10, 11, 12 inches of deflection in that road.
And I don't think there's one of these roads that's as bad as the Parade Hill Road.
Right, and your Parade Hill Road is listed as 56,000. So if you remove a large portion of Peachum, which is 241,000, you'll still have to do a section,
so can I ask
however
a
much you
question?
want, but then the 56,000.
I know, I have a question, because I'm looking, when I look at these, and if you look at Walcott and you look at who previous, whoever was a bid for it, and then I'm looking specifically at Sharpton Corner. Now, this other company stated we only needed 2,289 tons, and Walcott is saying that we need 2,855. Now, that's about $50,000 difference.
Right.
Can you explain why one would come in so low and one would come in a lot higher as far as tonnage?
I don't know, other than the fact Walcott does a lot of work for Continental, so they get a better price on their tanks.
But this is price aside, this is
Yeah, this is
actual tonnage.
talk about-
Why would we use more
Number of
tonnage?
tonnage.
Why would one company say we need this much?
Well, they're gonna do a shim and overlay, is what they figured. So you're gonna use more tonnage, not a shim and
Yeah, but
overlay.
this includes ship overlay, this other bid. Yeah,
Right.
so, I mean, that's like a $50,000 difference in my eyes, so how do we know exactly what amount of tonnage is actually needed? Because there's your difference, for example, of your reclaiming.
Either one's not putting down enough of it.
Well, it's putting down too much.
Too much.
Well, yeah, that would,
You know, and
that would be the answer, but we're wondering why.
I don't know why.
I mean,
I
how
wasn't
do you
reading
do you know how to do the math to figure out how much tonnage we need? Do you know
Because
something?
I have to
They
get
were
to that
within-
road and do the whole thing.
I mean, if I told you
I came right in the middle.
the length of the road, could you give me the math on that?
I came tomorrow.
Okay, but, and I'll give you an example for Peachum. Peachum Road, they were very close. 3,483 was this other bid,
Yeah.
and 3,680 was,
So Sharkford Corner has such a drastic difference, and I'm just wondering why.
Can't answer for that. I don't know, it's just,
Can I see what you're looking at, which one? I don't see.
So these are the bids for this year.
That's what Andy gave us when he was going to bids for the case.
This is one of them, should have been working on this, was the other one, yes. If you look at the difference between the,
So the lengths of the roads are on
so
there.
look at the tonnage.
We have the length of the road and then what each, what two contractors bid on it.
It's the same 4 miles, right?
it's the same 4 miles.
4 miles.
It doesn't
The
change.
road. Each of Holmes and Shackford, 4 miles back.
Well, I'm just saying,
Well, I know.
I'm just trying to, you're saying that we can't afford it. Well, so we might be able to if the figures are wrong. I'm just trying to make sure that the
I
figures
very
are
much
accurate.
think we can afford it. I just think that this Walcott thing is not too
Plus they
sure.
have 600
The price is still the same.
The schedule you're looking at for the paving of roads is already 2 road agents old.
No, it's not. That's from Andy right there.
Yeah.
And Andy got it from,
Yeah, these were updated when we went out for bids not too long ago.
you're missing my point, Laura.
Okay.
These roads were, these roads were prioritized 7, 8 years ago. And the point of it is that the condition of these roads has changed since then.
Every year.
And I would like to make a motion, Madam Chairman, that we authorize the road agent to re-examine the roads in Barnstead and to look at and prioritize them the way it is today, not the way it was decided 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. And let him come back to us with new mileages, new prescriptions for how he wants to deal with it. And if we can't do that, I'm not gonna vote to spend a damn penny.
So,
Because
It has to be, it has to be a plan.
I refuse to overextend just to say we did it.
Right.
That's dumb. And I would like the road agent to put his 2 cents into this scheduling process. He hasn't done anything wrong. Nobody's done anything wrong. It's just that the roads have deteriorated rapidly in some places, not as bad in others. And he needs to be able to look at them and evaluate them and come back before us with, I want to do this one this year or a piece of this one this year. And let us go from there. And I'll make that in the form of a motion.
I'll second it.
all right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any discussion?
I'd like to ask a question. Karen, how does that work with the contract?
Well, I guess you'll have to ask Wilcott that, depending on what you come up with. Yeah, you'll have to
All
ask.
Walcott cares about is what the tonnage is, they care less whether they're actually paving.
Right, but I'm wondering if we say we're going to do this and we're not doing that, they're gonna say, well, you already signed to do it, right? That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and actually this contract doesn't say how many feet. It lists the roads, but it just gives you the price per ton. So I'm sure you can discuss with him if you have to take something off the table.
So George, can I ask you, you do have all this information,
I do have
the length and all that, and you can get back to us on your
will.
plan so we can move forward at the next meeting?
I mean, it seems to me that things just aren't getting done right, and going back and redoing them or fixing them after the fact, or as frequently as we are, is really what the problem is. And you can't get caught up.
You're never gonna get
You
caught
know,
up if you keep
Well,
going back to the
I
same
understand
road.
that, but, you know, I mean, if a road lasts 10 years instead of 5 years, you know, and you're doing less work to it or whatever, then it gives us a chance to catch up on some of these roads, you know?
You know, another thing is, pavement preservation. We've got to do something to the roads that we have done in the last 5 to 10 years before they go completely to hell.
Yeah, I mean,
So, George-
we got 6 major roads on this list here. I mean,
Right.
these are the main roads coming in and out of Barnstead. I mean, the biggest roads in Barnstead right now. And they're all on the list. Well, why?
Can't do them all.
You know, they weren't done at once to begin with.
A lot of these roads were paved when they never should have been. So we had
That's what I'm
a road agent, I'll think of one in particular, who wanted to leave his legacy.
We don't have to really go there. We just have to make sure that we do it right from this
All
point
right, so
forward.
I think we have a semblance that, George, what we need from you is we need a plan to do what you want to do going forward, but we also need for you to have a plan for next year, looking at our current roads and a maintenance plan as to, all that stuff. So maybe you should spend some time there working on that in the next 2 weeks, and then come back and give us, yeah, so we can have something viable to vote on and move forward. So we need answers to how are we going to maintain this? How are we going to do this in the next
I want
5
to use
years?
this 570,000 the best way we can right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't want to skin it all out to 500,000 roads
No.
and do
I
junk.
mean, I think we ought to go to.
And you'll
Brooksville
discuss
first.
with Walter, right? You'll discuss with
Next,
them.
I will call Dr. Billy, have him come down and sit down. We'll have a sit down and talk.
And
All right.
maybe one of the select people would like to be party to that conversation, and myself
Can
as
Rick-
well, because,
Or one of you,
yeah, Billy Rick.
Doesn't matter.
Look good, Gary.
just let them know what the meeting is and see if one of them are
I would like
available.
it better if you was there, one selectman or 2 selectmen or all 5, I don't care.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'd like to, one of these two or both of them are fine to go.
So,
okay.
I mean, they understand it,
I'll
we
set
know, I
up,
don't.
I'll set up a day to meet with them.
Yeah. I trust what they come back with.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday's best for me. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I gotta make breads on Thursday, Friday.
All right, so all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained?
Very good.
All right, motion carries, so we'll see you in 2 weeks, George, and we'll have a plan.
One other question. I need to do some grader shimming.
What?
I'm gonna need to do grader shimming on, Province Road Hill, Parade Hill, and some along Province Road itself. So, I'm not sure when, I will do it the next month while it's good and hot, so the mix is hot when I lay it with a grader and roll it. So, I'll let you know when, but we're gonna have to I'll come up with a tonnage, so we'll know what we're spending. And we'll go from there on that,
Okay.
okay?
You also have a couple of driveway culverts up there that you really need to take a
Yep.
look at.
Yep.
We haven't had much response from the landowners.
I'll knock on doors.
And if they don't want to do anything, then we're gonna have to do it ourselves and then just give them a little addendum to their tax bill.
We got a cross culvert put in up there
Yeah,
by your father's old house.
yeah.
So, once I get done at this end, this side of town, then we're moving over that way with the excavator, and we're gonna put those
Okay.
in and do what we gotta do. So, we'll knock on doors, tell them we gotta change the driveway culverts. These people need to get them done.
Yep.
And if we do them, taxes might have a little more money after that. So, all right?
Good.
Thank you, George.
Thank
Good
you.
job.
All right,
Have a good night.
Bye-bye. Okay, who wants to start? How you guys doing?
So, no, he's gonna stay.
Are you scared?
On the side note, for you, push your notebooks away on the highway. Not only don't have air conditioning, they don't even have a fan in there.
Where? In the highway?
yeah.
They shouldn't be in there anyway, they should be working.
Well, Chris is working in the office, it controls soap and weather.
Yes.
Basically got a fan up this morning, and down and
doing a good job, great job. for
In the
everybody.
office,
Do they have?
Yeah.
because before Patty left, there was AC up in that office. Huh.
Did they not install it? Maybe they
It's
didn't install it.
closed in, right? The office part is closed in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they can put a,
Huh.
Yeah.
We have them, we can give them.
Yes, you do.
I got an air conditioner there
We'll drop it off tomorrow.
now. And that, Karen, I've got an air conditioner in there.
Actually,
What-
you can also call this. This is one bullet.
Thank you.
Try to keep it less than 2 hours.
Please, yes, less than a half an hour.
you're gonna have to hurry, because we're not paying people overtime.
We will hurry. No particular order, and Al's got a bunch of things also. Just for progress, we talked a little bit about reopening of the town buildings, and I've kind of polled everybody, and we've looked at, and we're constantly reevaluating what we're doing. Bottom line, where we are right now seems to be pretty comfortable. Everyone thinks we should hang tight for a little while and see how we're only in the halfway in June here. And we aren't doing any damage to our process really. I mean, there are a few things, if you look at the reopening station, our staff and call folks are allowed to the station, we take our temperature every time we walk through the door, make sure there's no symptoms. We've done pretty well. We do lots of wiping down and disinfecting. I can tell you on a side note, I've done quite a lot of looking at the processes, and I can tell you that there's a business that has had 9,000 customers through the door since this COVID social distancing situation took place, with 0 mask use and 0 effects. Not one person's been exposed. So that leads me to believe that social distancing, just standing back without a mask, but more importantly, wiping counters, everything we do, I think it's critical. And I think we're very fussy about that on everything we do. I can tell you that every time, like if I brought a towel and had service work, we disinfected it when it went, and we disinfected it when we came back. So whoever's been in the cab, touching door handles, sitting on everything else is always gets wiped down. I think that makes a big difference. We do miss the explorers, I won't lie. That's a tough one. But that's a whole bunch of young people through the door, milling around, doing training, touching everything, exposing themselves, exposing us. And that's hard for me to not allow them back to that. I think we should. And part of that is, this is their will, this is what they're going to go on. This is really what they needed. This is the best time to train, but I'm not sure that we should be doing that, especially with the age.
Well, kids take more risks than us adults do.
Yes.
And so they're out playing around with all their friends and
Right.
don't.
Exactly.
So they might, and where you guys are a lot older, I would be a little
Yeah.
concerned.
Yeah, visitors and public use of the buildings, I think we're gonna keep to an absolute minimum. And we've talked about whether or not we need to keep Station 1 as emergency management, completely locked down and completely available for that. We'll play that right now. We haven't had to use it for anything.
You mean the parade room?
Yeah, the meeting.
Is that Station 1?
Yes, that's Station 1 on the parade. This is Station 2 here. And that's been sanitized and all set up for the emergency management wings, using that. And I mean, we missed the training room, but bottom line is it's okay. We'll get by. So I think we should hang that right now. And are we prepared for second influx of COVID? I believe we are. That's bound, yeah. So that doesn't concern me. I think the return to schools is going to give us a surprise. They move forward with September opening. I think we're going to see some issues, and we're well outfitted and ready to prepare for that. So, any questions on that?
So when do you think you should open?
I think we should let it go. I think we should let it go a month at a time.
Month at a time.
I mean, we're evaluating that weekly. at it all the time. If I
So you just feel you're not ready yet, but it could change in a month,
Yeah,
week by week?
I think, but there's really, it's not crippling our ability to do anything. I will tell you that almost everybody in town is doing online permits now. They very rarely, you get a couple come down, stand outside the door and get a permit. And I'll be honest with you, and I had this discussion at the state level when this all started. The company that manages the permits is out of Virginia. There's people in this town that absolutely refuse to give credit card number to somebody in Virginia so they can have their power on that account. So those we need in parking lot, exchange, social distancing, and it's fine. There's only a few people that are doing that now. So really, by saying closed, it hasn't negatively affected our operation a great deal. Like the Explorers, we guess, and it's hard to operate without training of some sort. It is something that we can do a lot of that outside. So, utility purchase, we've gone out and the chief has looked at quite a lot of options. We're not ready to. We're still looking at what's available out there. And I've got several different companies coming back with proposals. And where we are is coming with questions that we had. The original plan was to take the car one and make that utility, because that's all set up for towing, and then replace that with a lighter duty half-ton type vehicle with less capability. So we'll be looking at where that is going to come in with a recommendation at some point. If anyone has any input on that, certainly let me know.
So you need a new chief vehicle?
No.
What's a
we
command
need-
vehicle?
The command vehicle is the chief's vehicle. That's the green one that's parked out here right now, that outlines here. We need a new utility. That's the old army truck that's in the station.
What is the utility vehicle?
That's a pickup truck, basically. We use it to pick up holes. We use it, we get a lot of holes out.
So you need a pickup truck?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's really key. So, and that's the one that's just having it.
Is that just like a regular single cab?
It's
put
a
bed
1985 military truck.
No, is that what you're looking for?
Actually, because
Oh, you wanted to move the
I'd like to get a Ford. Well, I don't want, I need a lot of bells and whistles. We should stay with affordable. That gives us the opportunity to move people when we need to, which is a great thing. It gives you an opportunity to do storm response, where if you've got another four-wheel drive vehicle, that you've got a cargo bed in the back with a cab on it, you can drive. A couple chainsaws, 3 or 4 people, well, and help with access to properties when we have storms and stuff, access to evaluate wires down and all that stuff. When we get storm response, typically, pager goes off, we get one call, we go out, there's a tree down across the wire, blah, blah, blah. When we get storm response, we get 10, 15, 18, 20 of those very rapidly. So we end up what's called self-dispatching. We manage our own times and resources, and that's how those are done. So we might dump as many crews as we can staff. So they might be, obviously we try to keep the ambulance towards the center of town and not get it way out in the back and go cutting trees. That's a dumb thing to do.
Right.
Climbing it up so the jacks on, you're out of service. So we keep that for transport, and we end up running these other vehicles, whatever we can. We get the forestry, which works very well for that. We put 4 in that.
Sean, is this something that is critical, needs to be addressed?
I think it is, and I will tell you, we've discussed this for a while, and the board has been reluctant to do anything with an improvement in that area. And we've nursed that truck along. I will tell you that right now, I didn't bring the list with me, so I thought we were beyond that, but the exhaust manifolds are leaking. It had an electrical fire on it because it's a military truck, and that's typical on that. So burnt some wires out of it. We've got those. I'll get it. I don't need it. I'm working on this one now. So. And the cat corners rusted out, the rocker panels are rusted out, thank you. And, I think the rest of the list,
So,
a whole bunch of stuff. It's
we
not-
know
it
it
needs-
needs to be
between
replaced.
$4
I mean, it's quite
$4
obvious.
and $500, this not was fixed.
So, what vehicle do you use? You
I,
don't use that 1985?
no, that's
You
the
have-
station.
But you have a command vehicle.
I do.
Is
but
that pickup truck?
It's the green one you see right over here right now with the cap on it.
Yeah.
the reason why it's here is because Al uses it.
Al uses it.
Right, when they're on calls, that gives him something to get back to the station after they transport if he doesn't need to go in or whatever like that. So that, I'm sharing that command vehicle. Now, my own pickup,
You
I
said
agree.
there's something else too on that ring, there's some kind of equipment
Oh,
or
it's a complete,
something like
it's a
that.
complete dispatch console. So it's got 2 radios front and rear. It's got all of the response equipment. So it's got all of the topographical maps, all of the weather. It's got weather station. It's got everything you possibly need.
This isn't it wouldn't work for another vehicle.
Yeah, so that will stay, that equipment's gonna stay as a chief's vehicle. That's gonna be a command vehicle. We just need the other one that we can have for a pickup, because you can't even put a roll of hose in that truck. If you open the back of that pickup, it's a full radio console with all the Mac boards and all of that. If you wanna stop and look at it sometime, maybe we can walk. So right now, and it's been okay, I'm just saying,
Do we have any other vehicles in town that you could use that aren't being used?
no.
Well, I thought the last time you were here, you were gonna be shopping around looking for maybe something that was used.
I am still.
So, I
And-
guess.
Yeah, is this the same vehicle we're talking about?
Yeah,
Yes,
pretty much
yes,
we're
yes.
in
And you
agreement
guys
on
were
that.
here.
So, I am looking for used, but I'm giving proposals also, and I'll tell you why. Most of the vehicles we grab, when we look at, if you go out and looking at the used pickup truck right now, half-ton, 130 to 170,000 miles, 20,000 miles, used. You can buy a brand new 30.
Well, if you explored, because I mean, the police department's obviously leasing their vehicle, why wouldn't you
We
look
talk-
at leasing?
Leasing? We can, with funding, we haven't even talked about that. We're talking about deciding where we're gonna go. We have money in that account, and you, the board, to expend that account, and there's enough money in that account to purchase something, new or used. We'll come to that agreement later.
So you're still looking at what's your best,
Right, we're still panning it all out.
All right, so
you'll have probably several options to look at.
So you're not ready
You
yet?
know, I'm not looking, the other thing, I'm not looking to have lots of fancy lettering. I'm gonna keep it kind of low profile, let's just get the job done. And we'll get,
Does it have to
You
be
want to
green?
go and cut.
what's that?
Does it have to be green?
No, it doesn't. Honestly, obviously, if you buy something used, it's not, and you might buy something that off a lot somewhere, you don't know, so.
green is beautiful.
It is
But
beautiful.
my issue has always been since the day you sat and said, people said to you, how come we can't sell a used vehicle towards a new vehicle? You said, there's no call on green, nobody wants it.
Right.
It's like,
That's
well,
one of the
why do we
things
keep
Be daring and go.
why do we keep getting green?
So that, huh?
So this is what we're looking at.
Is it red?
That one's white, actually, believe it or not.
But I also heard a
Let
story.
me tell you something about a white pickup. Never have to wash it. It will get rinsed off in the rain sooner or later. Because I drive one.
Just bought one of those.
Bunch of
I also heard a
Except
story
for
about
that.
split the stations. Okay.
Yeah?
That the choices were green or purple.
No, I can tell you that whole story because I was sitting
Oh,
there.
okay.
And it's a long one, but there
Mine is
were
not purple.
lots of choices on the table in a 3-month period. So there was quite a few. So we'll move on. If anyone has any data on that, you know, we'll have lots of decisions to make later on. The rescue tube purchase, we're out, we have 2 vendors that we have looked at that have been here. If you look in the backyard, there's some cars cut up from the most recent visit. Gary visited us that night. It was some great instructors, and they came out and showed us a lot of new things. And like I said, one of the reasons why we're updating tools is our newest tools our newest one tool is 16 years old. All the rest of them are over 20. And they haven't made a car vehicle like that in many, many, many years. And how we gain access into these vehicles is completely different than what we own today. So with that said, we've got some proposals coming back. There's 2 things that have to happen. Obviously, we're fussy about, we need to make sure something can service it, how much we can service for many years to come. It has to fit our budget, and the tool physically has to fit in the apparatus that we need mounted in. And some of the vendors are way too big, so that we've excluded 2
I
vendors.
have a question for you, Sean. Some of your tools, well, they're all old, but is there a hazard with hybrid vehicles in your tools?
No,
It's not.
Well, because our tools are more focused on actually cutting the vehicles
Yeah.
in pieces. And as you saw last
Yeah.
Monday night, we don't cut the vehicles in pieces anymore. We manipulate them to make larger openings so we can get people out without making cuts, because hybrid vehicles have very high voltage.
Yeah.
So no, our cutters, we wouldn't, if we saw a hybrid vehicle,
Right.
and actually, we have a rescue truck, and the rescue book on that truck is about that thick, and it's this big, and it's about 2 3/4 inches thick. Okay, any vehicle that's allowed to be sold in the United States of America is in that book, but it takes time, you know.
Yeah.
So we are aware, if we get something really off, like a hybrid, which aren't a surprise to us anymore, there's lots of those out there. But if we've got a self-driving car and things like that, how you secure them is a little bit different. So we've got that. That's all training. So we'll come back with a complete proposal fit into that budget. Sure, we'll get some more data on that. I had the tower in last week that needed the hydraulic pump. It got really noisy out here. The guys took it out of service. I listened to it, brought it in. This is something hydraulic pump. It basically is the hydraulic pump destroyed itself, but it didn't contaminate the system. The pump and all the labor and oil and everything is going to be a little bit less than $1,500. So it's well
Oh,
worth
was
it.
that tower?
1979, but it's been.
Oh, that's the old.
Yeah, 1979 now. So, but, I mean, that's typical. I'm a hydraulics guy, that's more like me, model. That was rebuilt in 2005, so that's about right. About right when I was on it. Doesn't surprise me. We caught it before the damage. There's been some questions on lawn care. We've been trying to mow our lawns for a long time. I will tell you, it's really got to be a struggle. We have a riding lawnmower near the fire station, and it's, near as I can tell, it's a Cub Cadet 1000 lawn, which is well built in 1971. And the clutch pops are no longer available for us, so it's got to go to the auction.
I think we already took care of this.
Yes.
You did. I'm just letting, this is just my
Okay,
report.
yeah.
I was scrounging, getting guys, we all, someone's got a lawnmower, but no trailer, you guys have a trailer, we got to figure it out. I know you're under contract, so that's handled, thank you. I did this has been coming for a couple of weeks, so some of these things are good. Inspections, obviously, before long, I'll have to have a plan in place of, if Captain Doucette is permanently not doing the inspections, we're gonna have to move on to some other venue. I have to align some other possibilities, and we'll, the chief and I will be studying into those and see what our best plan is. One of them could be bringing somebody in part-time to do it, somebody that's really good at it, probably doing it a couple hours a day.
I have a concern about inspections.
Yeah,
So, I remember, I don't know when it was, this time just seems to float around. But it was at a planning board meeting, and we were talking about inspections, especially down at Depot Street. And we were talking that, I'll give one, and it's an example, the pellet company.
yeah.
So you were saying that you went down there and you asked the pellet company to move the pallets, to move the pallets because they were in violation because they were underneath the electrical wires. So a month later, I went down there, and not only did they not remove the pallets, but they actually put brand new ones right underneath the electrical wires. And my biggest concern right now is that Ed Dudek is putting a lot of effort into, putting buildings and bringing businesses down there, and not all those buildings are up to code, and they're not being enforced. And I really feel that we need to start enforcing some of these building fire codes, and I want to know why they're not being enforced.
One of the major problems is notification. If I don't drive down the road of somebody from our organization, it goes looking at this private property to find out what's happening. That's how we're going to stumble across these, and many times it's been too late. I've had a planning board meeting numerous times town depends on that process. So when somebody comes through the door and asks for a building permit, the building inspection department says, these are the permits you're gonna need, and here's the liability fire code, and here's the commercial, blah, blah, everything you're gonna need, and that all needs to be taken care of. Nobody, lots of that happened, when there was, misunderstanding in the planning board. Dave Merlin handled that for decades. He was almost full-time at it. And when he retired, this town didn't back that process up. So when he ended
That's
up.
not an excuse that we're not using.
It's not an excuse, it's a reason. The reason is, we can't be allowing building permits to be issued that don't meet code.
So,
And it's so frustrating because I will tell you, you have a commercial building with no bathrooms, no running water. Done. Why are we getting that? And how many more times do I have to say, we need to stop this? We need to stop it. So I go down to a planning board meeting right here in this room and I say, okay, one of the major concerns down there with all of this is water supply. You have buildings that are required to be sprinkled. You don't have any water supply. So at a planning board meeting, how about before you make a step in any direction, you come forward with an engineered design of how you're going to bring that water supply system back out? Right.
so
Falls right on that.
you were
field.
supposed to have a meeting with them about that water supply issue. And what happened with
I
that?
told them they need to come forward with
Did they do
plans.
that?
No, they refused to.
Okay, so there's obviously a breakdown here, and I just feel that there's so much stuff going on down there, and we're not enforcing these codes, and I think we're setting ourselves up to fail.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And I really think, because the planning board will say, well, that's the board of selectmen, and so I'm just trying to, I understand, but that's kind of what they'll say. They'll say, well, they make those they blame it on the building inspector. So if the building inspector falls under the board of selectmen. So what I'm trying to say is, how you are the enforcer of these codes. So how do we fix this problem? Because it needs to be
The
fixed.
problem is, who signed it for these occupancy permits?
I don't know, the building inspector.
Me?
So then maybe we need to
The
have a
commercial.
meeting. So do we get
But it
the
shouldn't be any different than, for example, when a building is built, it's signed off by the various entities, the fire chief or the inspector and the building code and, you know, septic systems or whatever, it's all signed off, so that shouldn't be any different when it's renovated.
So are you signing off on these?
Yeah, but I don't think the rentee should be responsible. for the-
No, it would be whoever is the landholder.
What did you say?
A renter down there shouldn't be responsible. for
No,
the-
No, it's the person that owns the property.
That's right. They shouldn't be allowed to occupy the
A
building.
lot of those buildings down there are not in code.
Right.
And the reasoning, the planning board's reasoning is, oh, they're putting a lot of businesses down there, let's not
Exactly.
stir the
Exactly.
boat. And I'm sitting there going, why are you saying that? Because we're supposed to be following our rules, that's why we have our rules. And so, if there's a problem here, then, and they're saying that it's the building inspector's issue, and that falls under the board of selectmen, then I think it's something that we need to look at, because if something goes bad down there, and the codes aren't being met, and we didn't do anything about it, we didn't inspect them properly, or we signed up on things that shouldn't have been signed up on, I'm just saying, I see this as a big liability issue, and no one has wanted to address this, and I think we need to address it. And I know that Sean, I've had conversations with him about it over the last year or two, and he feels the same way. So I just feel that since you're the head of the department and you know this is going on, I would look to you to say, how do we fix this?
Okay. I'll figure that
I
out.
want to know how to do it, and if it means that we have to have a meeting with the planning board and FAB and you and Al and us
Yep.
and try to resolve it, but I don't think it should be put on the back burner. I think it should be addressed now.
Everybody needs to understand that when you do code enforcement on a commercial building, this one, if you're gonna build this building today, you don't do it with hand drawings. You don't get sketches that say, well, we're gonna put a fire alarm over here, and one over here, and one over here. They're engineered drawings. Engineered drawings. Complete set of engineered drawings that are signed off. And when those engineered drawings come to us as a community, everybody has a term of what is required to be done. I have 30 days to review those and get back whether they get yay or nay. Because commercial buildings can be very complicated. And that's very clear. I can tell you, I can't get engineered drawings out of anybody in this town to save my soul. I can't do it when we build a town building. We get hand drawings. I'm not signing off on hand drawings. It's not proper.
But you shouldn't
There's no
sign off
background.
on anything that
There's no-
isn't
yeah.
appropriate.
That's right.
I mean, you're responsible for that if something goes wrong. I'm just saying.
Code enforcement has been a place that we have battled over in this town for a long time. People aren't gonna like the answers. They're not gonna like the answers, but bottom line is, when that property was sold, we knew of the history of other properties down there very well. They knew that this was gonna happen. Read anything and you do absolutely.
They already had one fire down there a few years ago, so I mean.
And I don't, yeah, but
Yeah.
the thing that concerns me was that they adamantly, after he told them to move the pallets, they adamantly put brand new pallets right underneath those electrical lights.
And, yeah.
This is the renter.
But all I can do is go to Ed Dudek and say, I need that cleaned up.
But no, that's not all you can do,
Well-
because isn't there a code enforcement process where they get fined or anything like that?
Only if this community wants to stand behind it.
Do we have those ordinances in place, or whatever they're called?
At state level, I think we could make decisions.
Well, then I think we should do it. And I'm not just saying and do that, I'm saying all commercial buildings.
I understand.
I'm not just saying him, I'm saying all. And it's just because I've noticed that they just adamantly refuse to listen to you, and I think it's wrong, and I think you ought to enforce it. And if we don't start enforcing it now, I mean,
We haven't been able to put
we have to
teeth in
get
it.
into this century
Yeah.
here.
If
I'm
we
just
haven't been
saying.
able to put teeth in our enforcement in the past.
Well, we can now, I
Okay.
think. I think everybody on this board is willing to do that.
If something goes wrong, it comes back on
Oh,
us.
there's no doubt. Oh, there's one house in this town that's at most rest, and you're not sitting in it. It's up there on that hill. I'm well aware of it.
So I don't want you to think that this is
No.
about Ed Dudok, because it's not.
No.
This is about
He
all
designed his
commercial-
own big piece of.
Yeah, and I see all the violations down there.
I could name a lot more.
And
Commercial
I know
right
some.
now.
I've been down there,
Well, this
and,
is what we want to do. No.
you know, so I'm just saying, I think we ought to start enforcing things, and I'd like to see you do something about it now.
Yeah.
And have that as your goal for the next end of the year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is to get this meeting together and get this
Yeah.
enforced.
Yeah.
And come up with a
Right,
plan.
right,
for it.
we can enforce.
So,
One of the things that you maybe don't know is, and it's not just Barnstead, but anytime you start enforcing codes, with building codes and plumbing codes and so forth and so on, you get accused of not allowing businesses to come into town. And it's the businesses that you hope will come in and pay down some of the taxes so that they're not passed on to the property owners. So it's a thin line you walk.
I don't agree with that. I just don't.
You should watch it. You should watch it at the planning board level. I mean,
I've
you've got
already
some-
seen it at the
You've
planning
got some
board
very
level.
bright people on that board that know what to do, and they get ridiculed for it. All
I
you
know they
stand
do.
and I guess, what are we doing that for?
Now, when Dollar General came in, they had engineered cars.
Exactly. And they gave me more than what they had to on the enforcement side. They were very, very good
That's
workers.
something that
But I
has to be
started with
consistent.
engineered drawings.
It has to be consistent with every new applicant.
Well, we discuss
But the
liabilities
problem
all the
with
time,
doing it is
whether
not that
it's a
it's
small
old,
liability or a
but
big
it's
liability.
Right.
And if this is a liability, it
Well,
should be handled the same way.
If he was just leaving it as is and it was fathered in, then I would say, okay, that's not what's happening down there. He's redoing all the buildings down there and getting away with not putting the codes.
There's a scale to go by on the life building fire code and also on code enforcement that, depending on how much renovation you do, you cross the line, you've got to go back all the way up to 2024. That means new stairways, new
So I
foundations.
suppose one way that you could do it is that no occupancy permit will be signed unless the fire chief signs off on it. And if he doesn't sign off on it, there's no occupancy permit, which means you cannot put your business in there. I mean, that's gonna stop that right there.
It sure is.
So can I just ask a question about this? Is it, so this new building that's going, this commercial building that's going up, now, any of these buildings that go up, Fab goes down there, who signs off? Don't you have to sign off on the building codes as well?
I'm supposed to, but I never have.
You never have.
Nope.
Why not?
Because they've never come up with drawings on them. So they've been getting occupancy permits as a renovation. They found ways around the code.
So then you're just adding renovation and new buildings, just change the language.
I mean,
so
we
that-
It changed a lot.
We can't expect them to get up to code overnight down
Put
there.
the teeth back.
No, I'm not
You know,
saying
there has
that.
to be
I'm
a-
saying we have to
some kind of
start.
gradual plan, this is what the requirements are.
Right,
This is where you need to go from here. Give us some kind of,
right.
give you some kind of plan on how we're gonna get that done.
I'll work on that right off.
That's exactly, yeah, it can't happen overnight, but I'm just saying we gotta start somewhere.
I agree.
And if there's a breakdown in the process of our system, we need to fix that first, and then we can move forward.
So you start with any renovations or new construction from such date forward has to be signed off, and then you give people the,
Change of
to
occupancy.
come in, yeah.
And we all know there's changes going on in the store, at the former restaurant, there's some major changes of occupancy. And that's that. So,
Yeah, because it's becoming apartments.
okay. That's a complete change of occupancy.
Yeah, because they,
Requires a lot,
All right,
a lot more.
all right, so we have a plan for that.
Yep.
You can continue, sorry.
No,
I just-
we're good.
That was just a thorn in my side on these building code violations.
The ambulance paint schedule is, it's supposed to be back here shortly. That it should be all finished. And we're looking at life expectancy on that bus. Obviously that was scheduled to get replaced in 20 years, but we're gonna look at it.
That's the vehicle that was just painted?
Yeah.
Got a question on that.
Yeah,
You first, when that first came to us,
It
we
was
were told it
warranted.
was under warranty.
it was warranted.
So then we're,
Yep.
2 weeks ago, I think, or last
Yeah.
week, I'm signing manifest and I read
I fought that.
$2,700 or $2,500.
I fought that for a while, and they were clear. It has paint warranty. Everybody buys paint warranty with emergency vehicles, so it's prorated. So we were fairly close to the halfway mark on warranty, where they pay, and I didn't bring it in with me, but the warranty is 100% for 24 months, and then it's 50% from 24 to 48 months, and then from 48 months to 72 months, I think it's 25% they'll pay. All right. I thought I was going to be able to get it all out of them, and they came back, and actually, we only qualified for a quarter, and they paid more. They paid more, much more than their share. So we agreed to it. I wasn't happy because I thought I wanted more warranty, but I just couldn't get it. Now, the entire, until they got into it and realized what they were into is the reason why it's been there so long, it's been almost $12,000. Just, yeah.
One of
And
the-
they made some
One of the
improvements.
things that concerned me about that was that I was kind of under the impression that there was just some bad areas or a bad area that was on,
There was,
that
but
needed to be repaired.
if you look at
But
it,
the total price on that was like 10 grand.
it was, and if you, and it was.
I mean, that's not a touch-up.
It's
That-
not.
That's a complete paint job.
No, it's not.
It
But
should have been.
No, it's not. You were
Is that
thinking.
damn greedy, man?
I mean,
No.
how much did you get for 10 grand?
They basically, everything from about eye level down and then bodies new. Every cabinet door, every jam, the underside edges, what happened is, and I can show you on some other older vehicles, the paint just starts to lift on seams and things like that. And it ended up having to take all the doors off, strip the whole thing down, soda blast it, obviously. And they made some changes to how they treat the bottom edges and corners so it won't happen again, which is why we're thinking it might be a good opportunity to keep that for a while and run that out. But I will tell you that I will spend just a pumper. I manage the paint shop, don't forget. I can easily spend $40,000 to $50,000 on a paint job. Easily.
We're talking about it over.
You're talking about hundreds of items that have to come off that.
I know.
And at that age, all of those fasteners are compromised. So everything you try to move, you've got to replace. Hinges.
So the issue that we have with this is that with not just you, with all departments, is that, don't bring us a quote, don't bring us things that you want us to approve until you give us all of the information. We don't want to keep going back and forth
I
with,
understand that.
approving something and then finding out it's nothing that we approved.
They were surprised by the amount that they found hidden in the corrosion around the doors. They didn't think they were going to get that far into it. And then the representative that we met with said he thought it should be 100% warranty. It wasn't going to be a big deal. And it was a surprise to everybody there.
But you said you were close to the thing and you weren't sure they were going to pay it, but you didn't say that to us. So in the future, anything that you're going to bring to us, make sure that all your research is done, make sure it's the final thing, because it's hard for us when we're approving things and we don't have all the information.
It's happening with a few things.
I understand
We just
that.
discussed it today.
I understand that, but we don't know that till it's hot.
Exactly.
Well, you could have said that to us.
So,
But you could, right? You could say,
But let's say
how that
I came in and
works.
said I want to replace that bridge, and it's gonna be this much money. And then 2 months from now, the
But wait.
footings are
Can
back.
I just say
It's
something?
already gone.
But wait,
We
you
gotta
just,
talk about it.
just think about the paint job for a minute. You just said that's what you do, paint. So you know that you have to take all these pieces out, and it might be more than it could. So we need to
Yeah,
understand
but
that,
most
right?
quotes are based on a visual
Visual.
inspection, and then standard language is, if more is discovered when it's taken apart, we'll provide you with another estimate.
Yeah, I
So then at
understand.
that point, if you get notification, then you just let Karen know so she can let us know. That makes more sense, because that's standard.
Well, that's kind of what happened.
That's what he did, but I think the warranty stuff should have been discussed with them before the quote went, the thing came to us, to make sure that it actually was going to be guaranteed by the warranty.
They didn't know. The bottom line is until they started on those lower doors, they didn't realize that the corrosion was actually into the bottom. Couldn't see it. We didn't know. We thought it was just going to be a touch-up.
But when you buy a warranty, don't
Well-
they take that stuff into consideration when you buy
Well,
this
yeah,
warranty?
they do. We do, and they do. Now, do I want a 10-year warranty on my paint? Yeah. How much do we want to pay for it? Because basically, you're paying for a paint job. That's how sales go. Let's not fool ourselves. When you go to a car dealership and say, I want this much more warranty, they don't just give you the warranty. You pay it in your car payment.
So you can't bring.
I can choose more warranty when you purchase these.
No, I'm saying like so are we just going out and getting a warranty on a thing when they're not actually looking at the vehicle before they give us a warrant, before they give us a quote?
The PL Custom representative looked at that, was here, looked at that ambulance with me. Looked at all over, yeah, oh yeah. And he said, this shouldn't be a big deal. We got some surface corrosion, we've seen this on some others, shouldn't be a big deal. Get into the paint job and take the trims off and start soda blasting and realize all this stuff. Those got to come off, we got to get beyond this. They're not going to do any more favors for us. They're like, this is going to be in the town money, we're going to black and white, 50%, 24, 25%, whatever it comes from mileage and I'm not happy about it, there's no question.
It's important that we understand how that works.
My goal, I will tell you, just take me out of this position, take me to my other job. My goal was never surprise a customer. Boy, that's difficult to do.
Yes.
Because if I'm not going to ever surprise a customer, I'm never going to be low bid. There's always going to be a surprise somewhere, whether or not you can absorb it or you can't absorb it, is where it comes in.
Okay.
And would I like to have more warranty? Yes. I'm not sure I'm ready for the cost.
Yeah, all right, no, I just think we needed to
So we're gonna
understand
keep
how
it
the
for a while.
process worked.
I think I'd like to push that dealership out back for a while, quite a lot.
Okay,
All right.
good.
All right.
That was due in the ensuing years. I think we're going to push that out.
Great for
And this is very premature. We are looking at the availability of grants for pages. All of our pages, except for the last 6 that we bought in the last year.
You still buy them?
I was like, Paige,
Oh no, they're different than, they're not what you're thinking. And there's 100% grants available for those, so we're looking into that. Obviously, I won't put in for a grant until it comes here because you're the only ones that can sign for a grant, so you'll see a proposal on that here. So the chief will have a report on it, the asthma project, that's his project. And stimulus pay, ask for comparable numbers around us, we're just getting started.
That's a question.
Since I'm going to be focusing on code.
Again.
The
The chair,
chair.
Stair chair of the ambulance.
stair chair.
The
The
stair
Y'all
chair.
asked because of COVID to get a new one because you couldn't get parts because of COVID. And you never got the new one for whatever reason's going on.
We have
You had to
gone
borrow
and
one.
borrowed an old one that meets the law. And hope we never have to use it so we can stay in service. Actually, tonight, we just asked a local technician to look at that to see if his excellent welding skills might come into play and make
For the broken one?
Yeah.
So what happens with the new one now when that comes in?
Well, it hasn't been built yet, so let's find out if he can do anything with that, and if I can have them stop by sometime and say, yeah, that's a certified movie.
Okay, right now you have a loaner?
I actually we borrowed it from another place. It's just an old one somebody had in storage. So it's not anything that, it's maybe 25 years old, but it's okay. It doesn't have, it meets the law, and that's all. So the ambulance is in service, we open up new pieces.
Okay.
If we get into jam, we can call somebody and have them bring the answer, so, for right now. What do you have? You ready?
I got 5 minutes, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, itchy.
This is like the longest day ever, right?
Yeah, and I just have one more question.
Both pass it out.
Oh, okay, so it's about, do you keep track of your response times when you get a call?
Of my response. I mean,
The department?
all, yes,
If you get called in
Oh,
for
yeah.
911,
Absolutely.
do you keep track of your response
Absolutely.
times? Because
Yep.
I get a lot of people say that it takes a long time for the fire department. Can we review those and see what the response times are?
We do on a constant basis, and I will roll that with you at any time. I can show you the report here. It's a character, and I will tell you that, those guys are out of the door in less than 30 minutes, 24 hours a day. No matter what they're doing, they're out the door. Vehicles rolling, they're required to. And that shows on their dispatch log when they sign off. I will tell you that many of our calls are coded by, they're all coded by 911 now. So if we get an alpha stomach ache, that's no lights. That's sitting in traffic, wait to turn out, stop and let somebody back out that's been on the edge of the road, go real slow around, walkers and joggers. There's a different response level. And I will tell you, if I leave here right now with you your claws in the dash, as hard as I can go, up on the other end of the long way, on the North Barnstead Road, it's a long drive. It takes a long time. when you're sitting out there holding grandma's hand and just fell down the stairs.
Yeah, I don't care. if
It
police,
seems awful.
fire,
I have been there, I have stood there, called for help, and waited for that tank truck to come in, and it's like, oh my God, you want to just run, and so it takes so long. We have all that data, and I will tell you, I can get it to you anytime. On any call, or as a group, I can tell
Do you
you.
give us a report on that on a monthly basis? Do you ever give us that?
No, that's a ton of data, but I can print that for you. That's not.
No, I don't want you to print it for me. Can I come look at it, or?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah. Actually, Stacy would be the best one to say.
all right.
So, call her.
I'm just curious. I'd
Great
like to look
station
at that.
anytime, and she can call you, make your report, so she can gather it at different places. It's all in files, it's all in temp system, we know exactly how long it takes to go from point to point to point. Now, one thing we do work on, that I tend to say, TikTok, is on scene time. You might say, well, why is the other sitting like this? Well, they're starting an idea, and they're talking to the hospital about, which facility should we go to. This is kind
Yeah, no.
of and so we might sit on the scene longer than you'd like, or even in the bedroom. The bottom line is what we used to run, grab, and school. Now it's run, grab, and treat. And all those minutes that these paramedics and aides are doing patient treatment is a huge benefit to the outcome. So it takes time. Once more.
Good evening. I'll give you the sense of the some of the accomplishments, I've been here about 7 months now, so, and some of the stuff you've heard from the last meeting, every member was given an email address, every member has signed in at this given time. We did have listened to all the full-timers and on-call people about the job, how it operates, everything, and we could make the job better. So we do have a list of actually ideas and opinions and investments in the department. So we'll bring that forward every time. There was a training session conducted on June 15th. Actually, Selectman Madden showed up. We had a representative from Ancus Rescue Tools come up, and they demonstrated all their new rescue tools, battery operated mostly. All of them were battery operated, more efficiency and more effectively for producing the overall result of getting somebody out of the car in a timely manner. So, and you look at the 2 cars that are in the back of the firehouse, and you can see what the guys have done. We had 15 people actually at the demonstration.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah. The upstairs bathroom, right now, we're at the point where it was started out sheetrock. We were actually a $900 one-piece tub shower unit, or I should say shower unit. It's a 4 foot, 48 inches by 36 inches. Was actually donated by FW Web to us.
Oh, awesome.
So we saved probably $800-900 easily.
Good job.
I approached them, I told them who I was representing, and the gentleman said, we have some units, may have a scratch on it, may have been installed, take it out. I went down there and he said, pick what you want, and exactly what we needed, he had for us. So we had that installed. Firefighter Lieutenant Conger actually donated a pedestal safe, so we saved about $150 there.
Good job.
And we basically, Dan and I, Frank and Ben all got together between sheetrocking it ourselves. Danny did all the taping. Ben and I ran the rough electrical. So electrician, we do have a licensed electrician doing electrical work, but we saved a lot of time and money, and we ran the wires for it and had everything lined up and ready to go. We also had a quote from Nick Rote, which is one of our firefighters, to do the plumbing, so we kept it more in-house than in town. And we used one of our own personnel. Actually, I think he had the best price too. Mm-hmm. And he did all the rough plumbing, and he also ran an extra, I wouldn't say a water line, but our hose line that we used to wash all the trucks and everything actually came off the same line for the washer. So we had a $3 key for years. So he actually ran a separate line for us, which should have been done a long time ago. So that was done.
All right, now.
So right now we're in the rough stage. We're just waiting for. Dan and I decided we'll just go with the regular sheetrock and paint for that. We have leftover paint from the project down below, which is 100% completed now. So next week we should be sanding, priming, and painting the walls with a little ventilation fan. And we actually utilized the door we had from the other station that was up in the attic. So we're just gonna use that as our door instead of going out and buying a door. So that's how we're doing it. So the boys will have a bathroom upstairs.
Good job.
The completion, the office and the kitchen is 100% complete at this given time. All the floors have been stripped right down to the bare tiles. 2 coats of sealer, 2 coats of wax, and that's it. And the floors will be maintained every 6 months. They'll rebuff the floors and apply maybe 1 coat of wax, but we're not gonna build up 2 inches of wax in it. So, and we'll keep up with the paint and everything, and it's a nice clean, light gray color and white trim, so it's constantly, keeping the bugs off and everything else, so.
Nice.
We're reviewing all policies and procedures on a daily basis. We're following through on some of the assignments given to the firefighters and the officers. We could continue to monitor the current status of COVID-19 and the operational procedures. Some of the goals is evaluation forms by the end of the summer, completion of the bathroom, 100%. I'm hoping that will be done by the end of July for sure. My target date is like 2 weeks to get it done with and move on. Training, we'll have another training session July 15th. We're actually going to take the boat we have and actually go into the upper Sunbrook Lake, and we're actually going to do some revolutions where everybody's driving the boat around. We're going to throw a couple people in the water with some rescue suits. You'll have to go in the water, pull the people out, put them on the backboard, put them into the boat, do whatever.
Very
There's a
good.
lot of the guys have it. We also have an inflatable boat on the rescue, and we're going to actually inflate the boat, put the motor on, and use that at the same time.
Good.
So that's one of the things we're going to do.
That sounds like fun.
Kevin and I have talked about paint matrix. We're going to schedule meetings for that. We're trying to increase the number of callback people. The chief has 2 or 3 applications, and just waiting for background checks and follow up on that. We're waiting for the status of the utility vehicle. If you see, I did hand you out one of the lease option, lease or buy option from Ford. So that's just one. And also, how we're going to do the utility vehicle. So the only thing I have to say about the utility vehicle, and I'll make it short. The vehicle that's sitting in the firehouse right now is not worth putting money in. So 1985, it's not worth it. It's not even worth looking at. Put it out to bid, let somebody buy it. My best option is, take what we have, use that as a utility vehicle. And what we use the utility vehicle for is not only put hose and everything, but if somebody needs to go to a class and they're on fire department time, they take a fire department vehicle. Okay? If somebody needs to run to the hardware store and get something, to fix something, they take a fire department vehicle. You don't want them taking their own vehicle. Okay? If I need to go someplace or something, if they need to tow the boat, the only thing to tow the boat right now is really the rescue or my car. If I'm not around or not within 10, 15 minutes, they have to get the rescue. So it's a utility vehicle to be used for all different types of purposes. If a guy wants to run to the store or something, he takes that. Okay, so he's still working, he has a vehicle. If we go to a brush fire, we need to throw a bunch of stuff in the back, we have something to do. We don't want to be a vehicle we cannot use. It's an organized command vehicle. It's not made for to use as a utility. So then my idea is to get the new car one, make that into a command vehicle, utilize what we have. We probably still have 10, 12 years left of that Dodge as easily, right? It's in great shape and everything. It's been used a little bit, so if you get a scratch on here and there, it won't be as bad if you get a new command vehicle. And the price on it, the one I came up with, and that's the only one, and the chief's gonna have some more, I think it's like $35,000. And you can lease it for 3 years, and then at the end of 3 years, $1, you just buy it out. Okay, that does not include lettering. I did get a price, I showed you the picture. I have a friend of mine that does lettering. He said under $1,000 he can letter that vehicle. And then the radios, we can utilize the new radios or what we already have, put in the vehicle, and utilize as much equipment that we still have in the command vehicle and put it in the other vehicle.
That would be good.
Any questions?
No, I love it.
Rick's got a new truck. You guys want to throw some stuff in there and have right at it?
Sure. Is it white?
And we give him a pager too, he can
It's
drive it.
That's all I have.
Put one of those $10,000 paint jobs on it.
job.
Thank you.
Questions? Comments, concerns?
I like what I saw on Allen Ford.
I do
That's
want
good.
to, I do want to get over there sometime, so
Yeah, we missed you the other night.
take a look at it, yeah.
And we'll work on the inspections and the, taking a ride down Depot Street, see what we can do.
That would be great.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll mention this, not just to the fire department, but police chief should know about it too. You want to take a ride sometime, go up on the West Lock Road, in behind Russell Whitcomb's.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what in the hell's happening down in there.
I've
been down there.
I'm down there. I don't believe 6 weeks goes by when I'm not in there.
Where's that?
Down where Trailer Tom's got all his trailers on West Lock Road, right across from Watson Road.
That's, you know what that is, don't you?
Yeah, Earth has an office down there.
Earth has a
The
garage.
guy is down there.
There's a guy, he's got a trailer there with some,
What,
There's a guy.
selling some autos. He's out of Massachusetts and he's got some trailer that's all smashed up.
Well, there's another guy who was down there. I don't
There are
know
an
if he's
awful lot
still
of-
there or not.
There are an awful lot of vehicles that still have license plates on them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And,
It's a chop shop. I'm sorry.
yeah, that's right.
Guy,
We're in the public, you know.
waste oil and all that.
Yeah.
For the vehicles, gasoline and waste oil. You'll see it on the roads.
Yeah.
And he's always indicted him already, and he's been in all kinds of trouble, but apparently he moved from his house, not moved physically, moved his
Moved his-
operation from Alton, and he's down in the back in there somewhere. I don't know if he's still there or not.
I'm attempting to find out if he's a squatter or not.
He's got the hookup in the cab where if someone's behind him, he can turn it off, and then he can turn it on when he's alone and dumps it on the road as he goes, and you can see these streaks, they're all over.
There they are.
Yeah, he's got it all.
Get on the case.
You should also know,
Is he on it?
some of you do know, there is a fireworks storage facility on that
Yeah.
property.
Yeah, that's what I thought they were gonna say is about that trailer.
And that's, it's inspected and legal and we're aware of it. I wish they didn't have so many transient people down there around that, but, I think it's time I gotta visit with the landlord, and say, you need to get some control of who's around here.
If it's 100 degrees the day you guys throw people off the boat, I will join you.
Okay. Well, it's one of those things where you get calls and comments,
I'll be a
you've never
victim.
been on it, you know? It just hasn't come out, you know, you just don't have it out enough training to get it on it. The hard part about it is, Al's a boat person, he grew up on the lake, so it's great. We get a few people that have grew up on the lakes and they're boat people, and everyone else is a firefighter using the boat. So they really need to be guided and be aware of things. Everyone's required before they operate the boats to have a boating license, so that's okay. But the biggest thing is, if we had a restaurant on the lake right now, I got boats. They're everywhere. And everyone will come out and help us. And they'll listen to our direction, and everybody pitches in and we do fine. It's those off-season, you know, when you got some low water in the fall, or you haven't, the driftwood's not siphoned out of the lake yet. That's when that boat is the only one around for a long way, and that's when it's really critical. So, we have had times where we've launched our boat and been back up to a pontoon boat that was already there. We just worked off that platform, so everybody gets. The hard thing is controlling traffic, so you don't have to wait.
Right.
Well, all right.
It's really painful when you're a jet ski accident and bouncing around.
Thank you both for your
Thank
hard
you.
work and for all your
Thank
inspiration.
guys.
Door's always open. If anyone needs anything, you know,
I'll
phone's
come
on,
visit.
phone's on 24 hours a
Now,
day.
you do have to take your temperature first.
Yes.
That's okay. I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
Good work, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
I asked that we do the non-publics first only because I've had the two candidates waiting since 5:30.
Oh, we didn't know that.
No, I
Yes,
know.
you did
My
know
fault.
that. Earlier, I said
That's
he
all right.
has two candidates that.
Oh, I didn't hear
That's all right.
that. I'm sorry.
Karen told me to make time to come later, but
I did not hear
I
that.
just
I'm
didn't
sorry.
want them not, being late, so no
All
problem.
right.
Can we
So,
do that first?
Yep, we can.
I'll call them.
All right.
So we're making
Can
a
I-
motion to go into non-public under RSA 91-A:1. what letter is it?
B for hiring.
B, okay.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, Gary Mann?
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Vegetarian, Ed Tasker,
All right.
Diane Fraser, Lori Hahn, yes, aye. Okay,
real quick.
Can we do it at the end?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So, update.
All right. I just have one real quick thing I need Chair to sign. This was the equitable sharing agreement that when Chairman Tasker signed it, I believe was the last time. When I went into the asset forfeiture program, basically I put an amount, $1.11 interest that we earned on our asset forfeiture account. I put it in the wrong box, so I got kicked back, and I just need you to sign it so I can resubmit this form.
Okay.
Not sure if anybody noticed, but we had a new sign at the police department. We had Fab came over and installed it yesterday, right above the foyer. So I had that made up. I think it looks quite nice. With the recent hiring of the new officers, I'm happy to report that we're fully staffed, and these officers will be attending the academy starting August 31st. Which was one of our goals for the police department, was to become fully staffed. So we completed that goal. With everything going on around the country, around the world, obviously we're going to try to emphasize our use of force training and sensitivity training. We're looking into some classes right now online, and we're hoping to actually get some officers into some additional training at the academy once they're up and running fully. We're hoping that we get everybody some online training in the meantime. We're also looking at improving some of our, and it's been a continued process, policies and procedures. I've just updated a whole bunch of them. And I'm waiting on the governor and council. They have a new committee for law enforcement, and I'm waiting to see what kind of guidance we get from them as far as some of this new training is concerned. Another goal of the police department is technology. As the board knows, we became part of the J1 program. We got a grant last year. We've got 3 new laptops, and we're hoping to have some additional laptops, the older ones, all installed into the cruisers so that we can have e-ticket and e-crash. This will save time for the officers while they're on the street. It'll keep track of our stats and more accurately, and information will be directed right to the state as far as accident information, ticket information. So we'll be paperless. We won't have to deal with tickets and triplicate forms and things like that. That has been a process. We've had a few hiccups involving. We're still trying to figure out whether it involves RIT, the state, and some of the other platforms that we use. They were working on it up until an hour ago. They've been working on this, trying to get everything. Our computers communicating with the state, and we're just having a few issues. We're going to work through that. We're also, another operational goal is to get crime mapping up and running. I know that there's been a lot of talk in the past about doing logs and things like that for the paper, putting stuff online. Crime mapping, we're actually got it up and running right now. Let's call it, it's on a beta site, but we've got it up and running. I'm the only one that can access it. And I was talking to IOC earlier this evening, and they were actually working with the IQ platform so that the information goes from IOC to the IQ platform and gets uploaded into crime mapping. So now, once it's up and running, the citizens can click on the link. It will have the town link on it, and we'll have a few other links, maybe our Facebook link on it. People will be able to click on the crime mapping link. It's a ComStat program, and they'll see a map of Barnstead. You can, and not only see the map of Barnstead, but you'll see where all of the offenses have occurred. Like if we get an assault, a DWI, some type of crime, you'll be able to click on that street. If you want to plug in your street on the map, whatever road you live on, click it on, and you'll see, there was a crime. It won't say specifically what address it was at, but it'll show this occurred on this date, at this time, there was a fight or an incident on this road. You can also click on another drop-down menu, and you'll see the case number. So if you wanted to know more information about it, you can see the case number. You would have to call us, obviously, and fill out the proper paperwork if you needed the information. But it also will show us, keeps track of statistics, graphs, charts, and all the public can see this. So you'll be able to see the dates, the times, with the frequency, what days these crimes are occurring, all in this map, interactive map. It's pretty cool. So I'm excited about that, and I'm waiting around to get that up and running.
How do people access that?
You're going to be able to, so there'll be a link. You can put it right on our town website. And you're going to click right on the link. Or you can Google it and put the IP address in.
So you can make sure that once that's complete, that they can put it on the town website? That would be kind of cool.
Yep, that's
Okay.
pretty cool. And once it's all populated with all the information, right now there's only a little bit of information on there, but once it's all populated, we're trying to get the information from our server to the IQ system, to this crime mapping program. And once it's all populated, then we'll do a demonstration for the public. I'll probably do it for selectmen, come here, show you how it works, and we can absolutely open that up to the public. So, our fourth operational goal is to enhance our relationship with the Barnstead Elementary School. We'd like to work more closely with the school and the staff there on school safety, maybe develop a school reading program. We already work closely with the social worker there. We'd like to do more direct controls, a little get more involved with the school. At some point in the future, I'd like to talk about school resource officers, maybe having the school pick up the tab, maybe for a grant, maybe if there's some grants available. I know, sometimes there are, sometimes there aren't. That's certainly something I think would be advantageous for us.
I have a question. I think it's a really good idea because I think, I know that the police have called quite a bit to go to the elementary school for kids that a lot of them have IEP or another 504. And I'm not really 100% sure that, I think there's a better way that we could possibly handle some of these children since we have so many of them. And I really would love to see the school support a police officer there to work with the children or to have, like I know that Prospect Mountain, I know it's older, but I think it would benefit younger children too, is they have a classroom where a police officer is in there, so if a kid is misbehaving, they send him into that classroom, and the police officer can get to know that kid and find out what's going on with that kid and maybe figure out a way to help that kid versus not really knowing the kid and coming in there and trying to get him out of the school. I think there's so much room for that development of a relationship. So I would definitely support that. I don't know how everyone else feels about it, but if anything that we can do to support moving forward with something like that, I would love to see that. I'd love to see you more involved in the school.
I don't really want to see our police department being babysitting, so to speak. You know?
It's not about being a
However-
babysitter.
However,
Yeah.
take into consideration that when school does turn up, I am gonna be adamant about a patrol officer there to pick up and drop off.
Yeah.
I mean, that's gonna be a huge thing for me anyways.
Well, now that we get staffed.
There are major problems during drop off and pickup, but that's so unsafe for everybody.
Well, isn't,
We were doing that, and just towards the end of the year, they got 2 crossing guards. I think Priscilla was one of them, and she got trained to be a crossing guard. But I agree, I think
Yeah,
a
you
police
should,
officer's
right?
presence that slows people down, police officers in a car, a officer standing on the road slows people down, and it builds relationships too. I agree with you, and we've done that. But there have been times where you were short-handed, you only got one guy on, you can't be up there, he's handling something else.
It's gonna be more of a priority for me than giving out tickets on what do you think?
isn't the new role, the new style of SROs is they're actually somewhat teaching?
It is. It's
They're
a
actually
program,
going
it's
into
called
the
the LEAD
classroom.
program,
Yeah.
law enforcement.
They used to have DARE,
Right.
the grade up there, which, really impacted, I think, a lot of kids that came out of the program because there was Trooper Bob, I don't know where Trooper Bob is now, but the kids loved Trooper Bob. He actually went on the 5th grade trip, the environmental camp trip with them for the kids that had special needs. He was actually in charge of the boys because they didn't have a available model and he would go with us.
Well, it's nice, because if you have a police officer in there, now we're not just going in there when it's adversarial. We're not gonna see the police officer, when the kids are scared, they get to know that officer.
He can
They
eat lunch
respect
with
that
them.
officer.
Yeah, you have to find a police officer that has those types of skills,
Yeah.
teaching skills, because I really do believe if you can get a police officer in there that has those skill sets,
That's right.
they have to have those skill sets when you're working with kids and can do like what Diana's saying. We can possibly stop them from becoming drug addicts or getting into trouble and things like that. I don't know, that's just my opinion. I dealt with a lot of kids with these problems for many, many years, and I just totally support that kind of an effort. But I believe you have to do it right. You need a police officer that has the skills.
They have
Yeah.
grants.
They got grants, they got a lot of training. I know,
All it was is when they had the one SRO in the town, that person was pulled out of the school for more than 50% of the time, and that caused, I think, the grant to go into jeopardy and, yeah.
Burbank had the same guy, Mike Morgan, for 25 years.
Neptune.
He did a great job. He developed relationships with all those kids right up through, their adult life. Yeah.
My friend Neil was one that, for the schools down in Nashua, and he still gets notes from the kids today saying, you have no idea what impact you made on my life.
It's true, it's true. I think it's an opportunity that we're missing.
Yeah,
And
and
I've only been here 4 years, and I've only had so many personnel, but I think, we're starting to grow a little bit, and, I think we'll get support from the community, and hopefully the board eventually, to be able to do it. And I think the school should do a buy-in on this as well.
I think they might. I mean, that's kind of where a lot of the stuff that we're dealing with today, they're kind of looking at the police. I've read some research on it, especially that New Jersey government there. And what I'm seeing is that, they want to look at the police and put them more in the community and get the right police officers in the community to work better with the community. And doing more of that than giving out speeding tickets, getting to know your community.
That new group, you've got, they're young, they're clean as a whistle,
Yeah.
obviously
Yeah.
good role models.
Right.
Yeah, so I think there's
I guess we're
definitely an
all in
opportunity.
favor of you having a better relationship with BDS.
Yeah.
That's what it boils down to.
So yeah, I'm all for that.
All right.
Start looking at grants.
Yeah.
So, obviously, our last goal, goal number 6, I talked about, community engagement, community policing programs, and we're going to continue with that. which kind of segues into where I want to go next. So we've had a couple from town, and I'm going to say their names, they probably don't want me to, but Jim and Cindy Cavallucci want to donate an electric bike to the police department. Now, I've been wanting to start a bike program since I got here. Sergeant Sullivan ran the bike program in Merrimack. We had a half dozen bikes over there, and it's quite successful. Successful is that you can get in the community, you're not driving past somebody at 30 miles an hour in a car with your windows up. You're on a bike, people see you, you slow down, you can talk to them, you can engage them. And that's what I'm looking for. And you can also find crime as well. You're coming in stealth mode, you're riding up on a bike, nobody sees you right away, nobody hears you, nobody hears a car coming. But, so I've been wanting to do this, I just haven't had the funds to buy a bike, or a couple bikes. But Mr. Cavallucci was gracious enough to contact me a couple of weeks ago, and he offered me an $800 bike that he purchased, and he wants to donate it to us. So I'm very happy about it. I told him I would have to get the permission from the board to do that, and I'm looking, if I get the bike, I'm looking to buy, obviously, I'm going to buy a bike rack for it, buy some helmets, some uniforms for the guys to wear, and a couple lights for it, and we're going to do patrols in the summer. I think the colony is a great spot to go up, right around the lakes on the bike and be seen up there. So I'm asking the board if they'll take a vote to accept that donation of the bike.
Make a motion, we accept gratitude from Jim and Cindy Cavallucci, for the bike.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind taking the donation from the bike, but I think we should take into consideration the additional funds that will be needed, you know, to, like you said, to, the helmets, the clothes, the bike racks, all this adds up after a little bit,
Yeah.
And I know some of that can be donated as well.
Right.
But we also have, 3 new offices heading to the academy. To dress these guys, it's $2,000 a piece.
No, I mean, trust them, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, there's a lot of money being spent already, and I think
During the
our last conversation, we were trying
Yeah.
to tighten our belt a little bit.
Yeah.
But by all means, take the bike.
I would like to see a plan in
Just
place
maybe,
for utilizing the bike, especially
maybe
in
go
the
slow
local
with the
area.
whole bike process.
We have a plan, we have a policy.
I would like to see that, and also, maybe you could start out with just, I don't think you need a bike rack right now. I think it would be
We
safe.
might be able to get a bike rack donated. I mean,
I think what's important is the helmet and the equipment that you need for the bike. But maybe you could, figure out, put a budget together for it, and maybe we could put out for some fundraising for it.
Hopefully get a lot of help.
I think people want this, and I think Lock Lake wants this. And I've been waiting for this for a long time because I met with you 2 years ago about this, and I really want to see this happen. So, I think maybe put a plan together for it, and maybe we could take it in baby steps. But I definitely think we should accept the bike and move forward and get the plan going. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean,
Does everybody agree with that?
Well, I think,
So,
let's get the call out to get, because, I'd like to see them on the bike, pretty much ASAP. We have already issues about the trash on the side of the road and stuff.
and Simon Sullivan's already he trains people on these bikes. Not on that particular bike, but on bikes. He's I don't know what I call him, train.
I think it's great. I just think, we just have to see if we can figure out a way to get the equipment needed and how much it
As
is.
far as the uniforms, and you have some money in my uniform budget, if it's not gonna cost much, say, hey, listen, you just get a polo shirt, a pair of shorts, a pair of sneakers. It's not gonna cost too much money. The bike, it folds up, so we might even be able to get, for the time being, until we can get a rack for it, might be able to put it in the back of the canine vehicle and drive it up to a location, park, because we're gonna need to park that canine. And that's another thing, so now you've got another deterrent. You got that canine vehicle parked in the area, but the officers are in the back, they don't know if anybody's in there, the windows are black, parked somewhere. So, it serves dual purposes.
Yeah. I just think it'll be such a benefit to that community.
I think so.
I really do, and you know how I feel about that. So.
Or the parade.
Well, the parade, but Block Lake has a lot of
So,
issues.
so,
Block Lake has a lot of issues.
So here's the plan. The plan in a nutshell is we're gonna have those bikes where we're gonna set up direct patrols. So the parade, we've got issues over there. It may not even be issues. They might have a band that night. You know, they play bands over there. We have the guy on the bike patrolling the neighborhood, calling. We have people breaking into cars and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He's up there. So the sergeant or me or whoever assigns direct patrols. All right, between this time and this time, you're going to be on the bike. The way we're going to have to do is we're going to make sure that we have to do it when there's another officer on, because he can't be on his bike and gets a
No,
call.
I get it.
So.
Well, we have full staff now.
We will, yeah, absolutely.
Where you at with your vehicles, Paul?
What's that?
The vehicles?
I haven't heard back. From what I'm hearing from chiefs is like for our 2020 vehicles, some departments are hearing they're not going to get them to next year because of this COVID stuff. So I put a call in last week to this guy at Irving that we ordered. I haven't heard back from him. I'll put another call to him tomorrow to see what the status is. But when we had ordered it, it was 26 weeks out, I believe. So that would have brought us into September. But then this COVID hit, so I don't know. Talking about vehicles, we got in a pursuit with a motorcycle the other night, and Sergeant Ben Court went down one of the fire lanes, hit a rock or a pothole, and we got probably $1,000 worth of damage to the exhaust. It's up at B-Boys right now. So.
Sure he wasn't just driving up Shackford Corner?
No, we had a motorcycle go by him at 100 miles an hour at 28. So then the guy just took off on him.
And the flagpole?
I haven't done anything with the flagpole, no update on that.
So we got about 600,
$610, I believe.
What do you need?
16,
Yeah, like 1,600.
or 14 or something like that. So 35, 40. What size is this one out here, you know?
What's that?
This flagpole out front here?
Oh, I don't know what size.
Pretty tall,
Is that
pretty
35?
tall.
You have to ask fire department. I bet they know because they always.
Can't we just take that one and paint it?
Which one?
The flagpole, the little one.
There's one that's in front of the garage over there.
There is one in front of the garage, I noticed that. I mean, I'd like to see a flagpole there.
Me too.
I think we can still do it by donation.
I think if you reach out, people are willing to give, you
We
know?
haven't really done
Try
any
to contact
fundraising for
the
it.
flag company to see if they might donate.
If they'll donate it? No, not the guy I talked to, he wasn't donating anyway.
Everybody would be asking, you know?
I'm thinking about this. I don't know if there's any Boy Scouts or Cub Scout troops. And I say this because what I really want to do is I want to do a flagpole with a nice memorial, a couple benches and a nice law enforcement memorial right there. Town Island in Litchfield, Boy Scouts, what do you call it?
The Eagle Scout?
Eagle Scout, that was his project. And he sold bricks. People's names, they bought them $50, $75, whatever it was. Sold bricks, and people, I know I bought them. And people, donate, that's how you raise money to put this little memorial in. I don't know about a flagpole, they bought a stone and stuff. But, oh, that's a great idea.
Why don't you ask Mommy Doris about that?
Cool.
She's called, her email is Mommy Doris. She's the lady that does the Boy Scouts in town and the Cub Scouts. They're actually going to be, I think she's going to be coming to the farmer's market with them to sell beverages at the farmer's market. But do you want her connection?
Yeah.
I'll email it to you.
Don't forget too, eventually we're gonna bust this wall up back here. And that's gonna go back.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking, this is gonna be way over there.
Yeah, but maybe it shouldn't be, maybe it should be courthouse type thing, you know what I mean, instead,
I see what you're saying.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, just something to consider before we go and build something somewhere.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
Because we definitely gotta go out here eventually.
Does anybody else have any questions for Paul? I have one question, but does
You
anyone else?
didn't take a vote.
Oh, on
Diane
what?
made the motion to accept the donation.
Except tonight.
Oh, sorry about that. Is there a second? I'm sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed,
Thank you.
abstaining? Okay. Anybody else have any questions, or do you have any more, Paul, for us?
No, just that one thing I want to talk about, not public.
Okay, and anybody else have anything for Paul? I just have a question on goals for drug enforcement in Barnstead. And I know I had asked you about a known drug dealer on Province Road. And I just think we really need to focus on the fentanyl and the heroin and all that stuff. I'd rather see that than marijuana, but you know, that's just my thing. But I was just curious, what are your goals for addressing or investigating the drug issues in town?
So, you know, for 16 years I worked undercover, right? That's what I
Oh
did.
shoot, are we in public?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I
We
wasn't
going
gonna-
to know
I
how-
wasn't gonna be specific.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we were,
Can we go into non-public for that discussion?
You're going in anyways, right?
Yeah. All right, I think we're done then. That's the only, I would like to discuss that.
So I'll make a motion to go into non-public under RSA 91-A.
We didn't do public input yet.
No, and I have a couple public things,
All
so.
right. Paul, can
I
you
mean,
hang tight for a minute?
Oh, yeah.
So,
We haven't held you.
No problem.
all right. Can I do an agenda review right now? Does anyone have any?
Yeah, I want to add for the next meeting, Karen, if we could put together the list of any contracts that have to go out to bid, such as the computer contract, the
Yep.
snow plow contracts, so that we can get a jump start on it, so that we're not having our backs up against the wall.
Right.
We also have, okay, and, is that it? Anyone else have anything for the agenda for next week? Let's see, okay, anybody have any public announcements? Karen, you have anything for us?
I have something, but did you want to do public input?
Sure, I'll open public input at 8:47. Sorry, I'm getting tired. Is there anybody online? No, probably because we're going pretty late. All right, so we're gonna close public input at 8:48. Huh? Oh, yeah. All right, Karen, what do you have for us?
So the state of New Hampshire sent in a signed agreement for the online services that we've been discussing for Town Clerk Tax Collector Office.
Okay.
They expedited this.
Thank you, Karen. Good work.
So it's signed, sent back to us, and I reached out to Interware that will come in and perform training and get everything set up for us. They're going to be sending us some information tomorrow to get us set up, and then the company will come in and do some training. So I'll have to have a discussion with the Town Clerk Tax Collector Office, and just asking the board, how soon do you want to implement this? Because I know, Diane, you are hoping to be able to go to New Durham and speak with them. With COVID, that wasn't able to happen, so, I don't know if you want to still try to do that.
I'll call them and see if it's something that I can do.
Okay, because this, if you want this to happen, the ideal time is now while we're still closed to the public.
Yeah,
I don't
let's
know
get
how
moving
long
on this.
training is going to be, I mean, we could even extend opening by a week or so if it's going
When
to.
is your opening?
Right now, we're scheduling it for Monday, July 6, because 7 is
Yeah,
Tuesday.
My immediate boss is going on 2 weeks of surgery, so there's no way I'm gonna be able to take the day off. But I was doing, I mean, if I can do, if I can leave a couple of hours early.
Okay,
want me
and
to-
you
do
would
you want me
like
to try
Jess, we talked about perhaps Jess going with you, Jesse
Yeah.
going to New Durham with you.
I mean, I should be able to, I just have to
Because
coordinate.
I'm available to do it if you can, because it's kind of time sensitive. What do you want to do? Okay.
All right, you'll let me know
Yeah.
tomorrow, okay, yeah.
Because
And then
I
if we
can
have
do
to
it.
extend, closing,
I'd
but,
like to see this moving, so
yep, and I think,
I'm available for sure.
New person we're looking to bring in. What's the time frame we got, this starting and then?
Well, I think we're gonna go in non-public.
Right,
talk
for
about
that.
at the end.
Okay,
yep.
okay.
Yep,
All right.
so really, other than that, the other public announcement that I have is just that Patricia Morris dropped off an appeal to the zoning board, and this is regarding the tower and the decision of the planning board. So she's
Did
gonna
they
move
approve it?
forward with that. And so that goes to zoning, zoning will have to hold a public hearing on it, so Gary, you're the zoning rep for the town, so
What do
that,
we need to do with that appeal? Nothing?
you have nothing to do with it, it goes to zoning.
Okay.
But certainly Gary will wanna see the whole packet, discuss it, they may even reach out to, the attorney. for
Okay.
Advice on this, but, okay, that's all I had for announcements.
All right, so I think we're gonna go into non-public now, and these will
Can I
be
say
the.
something before?
Sure.
So, it was July 16th, they're planning, as part of, with everything going on, restaurants are now starting to open back up, things are starting to ease up. We want to have a community event at the police station, cookout. And the cookout, we're going to have a very large 20 by 40 tent out there, and we're going to invite the community to come down, hamburgers, hot dogs, we'll be serving them, we're still going to be practicing with safe
Yep.
distancing, and at the same time, I'm going to do some officer recognition. We're going to have a police officer of the year award, the first time we've done it. We're going to have some life savings awards, and at the same time, I'd like to, if the selectmen, I'd love the selectmen to come to this, and have someone swear in the new officers. We'll be able to meet their families, and it'll be a really good get together. The community will be able to come and meet the new
I
officers.
think it's good. We'll be there.
Yeah, good, I'm looking forward to it. And,
Well, hopefully we'll all be there.
Yeah.
I can be there.
so, that, we're looking for, like I said, July,
16?
16th, it's on a Saturday, and,
Would it be after 1 o'clock?
we're gonna start it at.
Oh, yeah, we have a farmer's market, but I won't be doing the farmer's market.
I mean, we can make it at 1 o'clock.
Well, you
Then
know,
at lunchtime anyway.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, we'll start it at 1 o'clock. That works for me.
Yeah, that way we can all be there, because
Yeah.
farmer's market ends at 1.
That would be a good day.
Started at 1, people will be hungry by then, we'll start cooking obviously earlier, and, it'll be, like I said, the police department will be open, people want to take a tour of it, but, the thing is, they're gonna be able to come down, see a swearing-in ceremony, meet the new officers, and, I think people will be glad to just get out of the house and kind of get out fresh air, so that's the plan.
All right. Did somebody have a question for the chief about this?
I don't think I can't see it.
What is it?
What you're asking
Something about
is
a
to
guardian
just-
compact clearing trap?
Yep.
Yeah, what is that?
So that's it's a metal box, so we can hold our firearms safely. You point the muzzle of the firearm inside the metal, inside the box, and you eject your rounds so that you're not doing it out in the air. Considering we have new officers come on,
So where would you do that?
where would you do it? So I've mounted it to a file cabinet, and it's pointing out the back door. So that's
In the police station?
in the police station, yeah. So a lot of police stations have it, everywhere. So a lot of police stations don't have anything they'll be in the station, they'll jack around, take the magazine out, jack around out, that's dangerous, so, you know, I'm like, we better get something before we have an accident.
Oh,
So.
I mean, is that pretty normal for you to unload your weapon before you go?
We have training, yeah, we have training, we have cleaning, inspections, we inspect the firearms, we clean them, we get it, you know, we unload them, so, better safe, point it inside this thing, instead of, just on the floor where it ricochets, this will take the round. So. That was the cheapest one I could find.
Are we done with that one?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Get this do the clip and shoot it in the air.
I've seen it happen.
All right, so we're gonna go into non-public. So I need a motion to go into non-public for, what are you going with? Probably C, I guess. Yeah.
Make a motion, we go into non-public under RSA 91-A, numeral 3C. Which is what?
Matters which, if discussed in public, would likely adverse the reputation of any person other than a member of the board unless such person requested an open meeting. This exemption shall extend to include any application for assistance or tax, blah, blah, blah. I imagine it's relative to the chief.
Is there a complaint?
No,
Oh.
it's just what the thing I wanted to talk about, that I didn't want to do in public.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah. Well,
Put it this way.
Someone want a second?
Is there a second?
No, I did.
All those in favor? Gary?
Okay,
Rick?
good.
Ed?
All right.